Thank you. The July 22nd, 2025 meeting of the Dexter Township Planning Commission will now please come to order. By way of introduction and to ensure that we have a quorum, I will introduce the members of the Planning Commission. I am Marty Straub. On my left, your right. Make sure we're all in the order that we settled on. Sean Smith, Alicia Abbott, Steve Birch, Chandra Hurd, Dan Barry, and Christy Mayer. So we are at full strength, obviously have a quorum. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is conflict of interest review. Any planning commissioner have any conflict of interest on any item on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, approval of the agenda. Anybody care to reorder, add, subtract from the agenda? Seeing none, the agenda will stand approved as presented. Brings us to public comment. Now, in a minute, we're going to have public hearings, which I assume everybody is here for. But if you have anything that you care to address us on, tell us anything about anything. It'd be best if it's not related to the public hearing for the short-term rental that's in front of us tonight. So we'll open it up for public comment on anything else. Seeing none, public comment will be closed and we'll move into the public hearing. Public hearing tonight is to amend the zoning ordinance to define and allow short-term rentals, STRs, as a permitted use in specified zoning districts, to reference applicable STR regulations, and to establish related parking and permitting standards. Article 4, sections 2.02, 5.03, 6.03, 7.03, 10.03, 13.03, table 18.1, and table 25.1, and to add section 17.04T, or to define STRs and allow STRs in compliance with the regulations established for bed and breakfasts, section 2.02 and section 17.04K. Staff have any presentation? I guess I would request one because what's in tonight's agenda is partially based on comments from our last discussion and partially, you know, what you guys have gone back and modified. So the proposed ordinance in front of us is a little different from what we saw previously. And if at a minimum, you could kind of highlight what we had not seen before, please.
Sure. Good evening, planning commissioners. Fletcher Ryer, Director of Planning and Zoning for Dexter Township. Today we have before you two distinct zoning ordinances for your consideration. One is a zoning ordinance that references standalone zoning or general ordinance 45. And the other is an amendment to the bed and breakfast ordinance to allow short-term rentals with the standards that are already existing under that zoning ordinance. The only big differences between today's meeting and the previous meeting with the zoning ordinances is adding short-term rentals to the recreation conservation district. That was one of the zoning districts that were not listed in the previous meeting. In regards to the bed and breakfast standards, staff simply added a definition for short-term rentals and revised the bed and breakfast definition to include short-term rentals. All of the existing regulations for bed and breakfast will remain consistent with what's currently there.
All right, thank you. Planning commissioners have any questions, any clarification before we move into public comment for the public hearing? All right, public comment for the public hearing is now open. According to our bylaws, please limit your comments to 5 minutes maximum each. And we want to hear from everybody. We especially want to hear a variety of ideas. So it's perfectly acceptable if you want to go on record as agreeing or agreeing with one position or another that's already been stated, it's perfectly fine to stay that and not have to repeat everything. When you come up to the lectern, please state that you confirm that thing is on, right?
But he first is going to, because I don't know if it'll go off.
Got it. Please make sure the green light is on and state your name and address for the record. All right, who would like to come up first? Making me feel like I'm at an auction or something. I'm gonna need the first bidder. Step right up.
The light is on.
Excellent.
Jim Drolet, 9933 Algonquin Drive, Pinckney, Portage Lake. I understood Mr. Ray here to say something about this was a public hearing on a general ordinance as well as a zoning ordinance.
Just for the zoning ordinances, the planning commission is here to discuss the general ordinance, but the township board is responsible for having a public hearing.
That's why
and
so it's not a subject for this public hearing tonight.
Yes, for the zoning ordinances, the planning commission, the board requested the planning commission give an opinion on the general ordinance.
Thank you.
And I think to clarify, is the August 17th township board meeting?
There will not be a board meeting on the 17th.
Okay,
There will be a
therefore no public hearing.
There will be a public hearing on August 12th.
Okay, thank you.
With regards to this matter, I've lived at Portage Lake for 47 years now. And I understand there's been some people who, through friends and neighbors, have rented their places out. There's even been some people here that said they rented out the cottage next door to them to pay for the updates to the two places. I am dead set against going national advertising for that type of purpose. I think we've had problems at Portage Lake. There've been problems in Hamburg Township to the point where the sewer authority had to add a sewer tap to a house because it was so overused. They were blocking the public easement or the association easement with their vehicles. The Hamburg police had to have cars towed because they couldn't get emergency vehicles in and out. And I just am looking at why do we need it? That's a big question. Why? You know, it's a totally different thing. It's a commercial operation. You're renting it out through a bed and breakfast or Airbnb or Vrbo or whatever it is. And I'm dead set against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next?
Joseph Spiegel, 7905 Sauer Drive. I have submitted a number of memorandum. I stand by those today. I have not seen any proposals other than the fact that it is my understanding that the Hamburg ordinance is something that was attached to the application. I reviewed it. It's inappropriate. It's inconsistent with Dexter Township's master plan. And what I'm really concerned about is we, and I use that term collectively, there's a number of individuals here who've spent a tremendous amount of time, have made numerous comments, worked very hard, as well as the special committee. But I have not seen opposition to what we have, when I say we, a number of individuals have, to what is being proposed as the Putnam ordinance, or in the alternative, just making the definition clear that short-term rentals are a commercial enterprise. And as I reviewed the Hamburg ordinance, doesn't even address the issue of the short-term rentals are a commercial enterprise. So I stand by the 3 memorandum or 4 memorandum I've previously provided. And if there's any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Going once?
Good evening. My name is Amy Bennett, and we have a short-term rental Airbnb property that's located at 8980 Dexter Pinckney Road in Pinckney. I'm not sure if you remember me from the fall, but I am the one who brought forward the petition and paid for it, asking basically to adopt the current Hamburg ordinance that they do allow the short-term rentals. Now, the reason we brought this forward is because my family decided that we wanted to purchase a short-term rental for Airbnb, rentals, because this is something that we enjoy on a consistent basis. We travel all over the world. We use Airbnb, we use VRBO, as many people do in today's society, economy, and it works really well. We love it. So we started to look for a home. We found a home and we called the realtor. And the first thing that I asked is, can this property be rented out for Airbnb rentals, short-term rentals? And he said, yes, absolutely. It was right in the document that that was highlighted in all the information that I gave you guys with the several page document that I created. And it says right in the realtor's listing that it's a great property for a family to enjoy, or if you're looking for a short-term property for lucrative income. So no brainer. We went to look at the home. It was on the market for a week. We put an offer in and bought, and they accepted it the next day. So we got all the documentation, the spreadsheet. The short-term rental was going on for 4.5 years. So during that time, to my knowledge, there was no complaints at the township. Everything was fine. The neighbors on both sides had no issues. The police weren't called. The township was not called. So at that time, I would have to guess that the neighbors on each side had no problems with this going on for 4.5 years. So before I get on to some other topics, I just wanted to mention there was another couple that was here in the October meeting, and they were strongly against the short-term rentals. They are not here tonight. I don't see them in the room. So they came up a few times, and they're the neighbor right next to our place, and they addressed how strongly they were against the short-term rentals up here. The meeting ended and we walked outside, and both of them came up to my daughters who are with me today and myself. And they basically said they wanted to start over, shook our hands. And so there's a property that there's our lot and then their lot next door. And then behind us, there's 2 lots. So they own, there's 2 lots behind us. They own 3 lots, and then ours is on the water as well. So they were having difficulties renting out the home behind us that they were going to long-term rent. So they said, at this point, if we can't rent it out long-term, we're just going to Airbnb it as well. So I mentioned that to Megan. I sent Megan an email and I said, it sure is interesting how the tables have turned after one meeting. So they are not here tonight. So I would have to guess that they're not as strong against the short-term rentals as they once were. Okay, so fast forward over the winter months, we took the property and we painted the property. We invested and we put new windows in the property. We made it look beautiful. So much so that it looks like a brand new home from the outside. So we're getting compliments from the neighbors, how nice it looks. We've taken a lot of pride into this. We bought it as an investment home. Then I got a letter that there's a petition because there's 3 other homes that are on this street. And these homes are dilapidated. They look like you push them and they're going to fall right down. So everybody's concerned about that now. But the thing is, we took the time and money and we made this house look beautiful. When people are coming up to us, other neighbors, and thanking us because it's probably has risen their value of their homes. So I just wanted to also mention that as well. The only other things that were brought up in the meeting was that the neighbor next door was concerned about the dogs and noise control. So on the VRBO that we belong to, I expressly stated that there is no dogs allowed at the property. We have cameras for any noise control that we can hear if things ever get out of hand. After 10 PM is when it's supposed to be calmed down. And even this summer, we haven't had any issues whatsoever with the police being called or noise or anything like that. The one gentleman had mentioned that he doesn't understand what the point is of a short-term rental. Well, I'm here to explain to you guys some of the feedback that I get from the people who are staying. We had one family that said, you know, we have somebody that's at the U of M hospital, and this has been so much better for us to be able to stay and be able to go back and forth rather than getting a hotel. Our family, we can meet here. It just has made it so much easier than spending the money for a hotel when this is actually much cheaper when we can have our whole family versus two in a hotel room. Some people actually, they work in the area and they're here for a 3-month stint, or they're here for just 1 week or whatever it may be. If they're here for a week for a meeting and they come with their family, then they can stay there while their husband or wife goes to work. It's also very, very beneficial for the local mom and pops in our area. The Naughty River, Naughty Mile, she says she gets new faces who come in and they're like so excited to have ice cream or use the food trucks. So it's also really good for our local mom and pop business to generate revenue as well. Let's see. The last thing that I'd like to mention is our situation is very unique compared to some other short-term rentals. We found out that within the 4 lots that we have, a long time ago, there was a gentleman, a family who owned all 4 lots. And then at some point he deeded the homes to, maybe his 2 daughters, I'm not sure. At that time, when he deeded those homes, there's 4 lots. And so then there's an easement on the side of us. Next to the easement, there is this other lot. And I have it highlighted in red here, and I'm going to give these to you. The other 4 lots are highlighted in yellow. The reason why I'm explaining that it's unique, and I'll show you guys, there is a road that we have highlighted here in orange.
Thank you.
So as you can see, there's a road there that's in orange, very different than most homes over there on that strip. The house, when we closed on the house, we were given this information that this is a legal document where I think it was dated back to 1985. So that road expressly states that road that starts on lot 36, I believe, it's like a 90-degree road. That road is only to be used by those 4 lots. Now, there's a part of the 90-degree that goes right into our lot 34, and it's got gravel on it. The rest of the road, when you come in through that whole strip along the water, it's asphalt. So that road that has gravel that's right in front of our home at 8980, that has like a pea gravel on it. So that's where we park. We can probably park no problem, 4 cars, maybe 5 or 6, but for sure 4 cars. So then when the road makes the turn, that is right in front of lot 36 and maybe 35. I don't have it memorized. Is it 35? What is it? 36 and 37. So that part of the road is all grass. So the neighbors next door who didn't come tonight, they seeded that. So they don't want you driving on it, and you cannot drive on it. You can't drive on it because it's all grass and they don't want you to. So then when you go out that road, they put in like a wood fencing, so you can't go through, and that would go right onto somebody else's driveway. My point to all of this is that those 4 lots and that road, that is something that we're currently working out with our neighbors that aren't here tonight, to figure out how many cars and where we're going to allow those 4 cars between the 2 of us with these 4 lots. Now, I believe there's a gentleman here tonight who lives in the home with the red square around it, and he is on the other side of the easement. So he currently, when we're not there, or other times, even when we do have cars parked there, he still parks his vehicle or wants to park his vehicle there. There's an easement there and he has a garden on the easement. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because he's going to come up here most likely and express why he doesn't think we should be having the short-term rentals because we're taking away from his parking. He is not allowed to use that parking at all, which is expressly stated in the deed back from 1985. Unfortunately, the neighbors that are there now on both sides of us, I don't believe that they have a copy of this deed that was given to us. And that is what the previous homeowner that we bought the home from told us. Unless they have something else that's changed since 1985. I called the township. I spoke with Fletcher. As of today's date or yesterday's date, nothing has been recorded to state any of this otherwise. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand all of that. So if that's not really, to me, that's not a legitimate complaint to not let a short-term rent the home because of parking, because he doesn't have any access to that road. And then in ending, I just wanted to thank you again for all of your hard work that you've put into this. I know it's been a long haul all the way since October. I was informed that there was a committee, and I don't know if there still is a committee, but again, I would just like to thank you for your help with all of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Step right up.
My name's Al Selbert. I live at 8680 Dexter Pinckney Road. I didn't really come prepared to speak. I just, after listening to this lady, I feel a little bit compelled to share a story that, first of all, your remodel is looking wonderful. And it's very obvious that you're investing in the community and you're investing in your property. And I think that's wonderful. However, I also looked at that property for consideration to purchase. And I ended up also purchasing a separate property down the road from the same realtor. I was misled when I looked at that property, just like you've explained you were misled. I was also misled at the property that I finally purchased. And I ended up having to, I was told that I could have a party in the barn. It was so nice and big that I could build a walkout on the property. I couldn't do either of those. My builder checked it out and I could not legally build a walkout. The barn that was supposed to be party ready had to be demolished. So unfortunately, I ended up coming before the board to get a couple of variances to be able to build on the property, which I was successful in doing. But the moral here is, and I feel bad to say this because you seem like a wonderful person, but as a buyer, you're responsible to do your own due diligence. And unfortunately, she was misled. And although I hate to see her punished like this, I don't feel that you should impose some major change to our whole community for something that was not properly done. So I don't oppose short-term rentals per se. I've been in them, we've rented them, but to put them in a residential area, I'm very opposed to. I have to support Mr. Drollett's comments. I couldn't be more strongly opposed to putting this change in our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carol Fisher. I'm from 9377 Dexter Pinckney Road. And I do not own an Airbnb and I've never owned one. I do have an extensive background in real estate and mortgage. And I guess what my concern here is that my experience with Airbnb has always been very good. I've traveled internationally, as well as domestically, and many people use Airbnbs for reasons that you're not thinking of. You're thinking of fun on the lakes. Well, with the proximity to U of M, like an Airbnb could be used just for that reason. For example, my husband had brain surgery 7 years ago, and I stayed in an Airbnb in near Massachusetts General in Boston. So there's a lot of reasons for Airbnbs. I've never experienced a problem out here. I live right next door to an Airbnb property right off of Dexter Pinckney Road. There's also one directly across the street from me. Both of the property owners are super responsive. We've never had to make a complaint to them or to the police, never. And I guess what my concern here is that there is a distinct difference. And if piggybacking onto just trying to put Airbnbs as these bed and breakfasts, those ordinances are usually more restrictive than what you would see for short-term rentals for a variety of reasons. And that's another concern I have is things being done right up front. So that the property owners who, like, let's face it, we all spend a lot of money on taxes. We're the ones that are paying the extra assessments for the dam. We're the ones that are doing the weed removal. I mean, this comes with a lot of expense, and you have to have some rights as property owners. And I understand the nuisance thing. I enjoy, I enjoy our quiet home. And we've never had a problem. That was my experience. Great. I can imagine, if people did have problems, they should be able to voice them. But I feel that in a small community like this, that there should be able to be a phone call made to the police and it should be handled. And that we don't need all of these extra controls on people that just want to own their property. We have a lot of government overreach going on, not here, but like all around the country. Like, and when you look at these things on the Airbnb part of it, like in, there's a particular city in Texas that claimed because of, nuisance things that they were going to put an end to the short-term rentals. We're on a slippery slope of providing all these rules, and we're on that slippery slope of taking property owners' rights away. In that case, they claimed it was because of these nuisance complaints. But then when a Freedom of Information Act request was put in, they couldn't document those. They simply didn't exist, and so they were baseless. So before we go off and make all of these rules, I think it's really important to document things like how many complaints are we getting? I've never made a complaint, and I have very high standards. So that's what my request is that Kurt, who is a good neighbor, the gentleman who lives behind me, another great neighbor, I don't have a problem with them having control over their property and them renting it out, maybe to pay these taxes, maybe to pay the dam fees, whatever they might be. I don't have that problem. I have no intention of doing that myself, but you never know when circumstances will change either. So I'm new to the community the last 7 years, and I love what I see here, and I just would like that to continue. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Steve Dar. I live at 8986 Dexter Pinckney Road. I'm the house next to Amy and Jeff's there, and I didn't really come to talk about our issues, but I had a couple of quick questions. How does the zoning board have the power to moratorium ordinances that are already on the books? I mean, when you put a B and B next to you or a short-term rental, it's going to negatively impact your property value. You're not going to get as many people wanting to buy your property when you want to sell it. So my personal opinion is this affects every property owner on the lake and in the township. This should be put out for a vote, not given to 7 people to make a decision. I'm sure it's an ordinance somewhere. That kind of concerns me. I didn't really come to discuss our issues, but Amy was mostly correct, I believe, with what she told you about our properties. She's incorrect with the 85 paperwork. I talked to Jane Hoffa, whose name was on that property. That property was sold by her mother to her and Tom Hoffa. And all the description you have there, that was specifically for their family. She tells me when the family broke up, when they started selling that off, that all that stuff went away. She also tells me there is no legal right. That road is a public road. It is not a private road. Well, I know it's a public road because that's where the Drain Commission has transferred things under that public road. So and as far as the easement goes, according to Jane, nobody owns that. The subdivision owns it. So I was reading my deed, and I have a deed here that says that I'm around farm operations and farmland. Does that mean I can raise chickens now? Is there an ordinance that says I can't put chickens on my property? I'm asking, I don't know. Can I ask for a moratorium if I put them up? I have to get a building permit, obviously, first. I think that would upset a lot of people. I don't really want to do it. But I think we have to really consider that when you put these, they're nice people. I really like Jeff. He's a spunky guy. I like the guy. But this is my property rights. I've been there 34 years. I don't really want to have to move. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Before we go around for round two, anybody else that hasn't spoken the first time yet?
I just wanted to speak on what he said, so just wait at the end.
So, can you guys hear me? Okay, my name's Talia, 9034 Dexter Pinckney. Thanks for the opportunity to let everyone speak tonight. I'm here to voice my support for short-term rentals in Dexter Township. I understand the concerns a lot of people have. No one wants their neighborhood disrupted. And the truth is that the kinds of problems that everyone's worried about, the noise, the parking, the parties, these are already addressed by existing ordinances, nuisance and zoning ordinances. So we don't need to ban short-term rentals to deal with these issues. We just need to enforce the rules that we already have. And on that note, I live on the road, or I have a property on the road where the Airbnb that brought all of this to light is, and never have we had a problem ever from the Airbnb. We have had other problems with other properties on the road, with noise issues, with parking on our property from other people who've lived in their homes for 30+ years. So it can happen at any time, and we already have ordinances to address those things. All of that said, I'm absolutely in favor of regulation. I think that as long as the regulations are reasonable and something that everyday people can achieve, that's fair. I think that we need clear, fair guidelines that ensure that short-term rentals can operate in a way that respects neighbors and supports the character of the community, while still allowing the homeowners who want to do this some flexibility. Many of the rentals are run by local families. You've heard from some of them tonight, hardworking community members who actually increase the value of the homes, retirees who rely on that income to afford living here. Let's face it, it's expensive and taxes go up every year. I don't think that banning them outright is going to do anything. It doesn't hurt investors. It hurts the regular folks who live in our community. And they're just trying to make ends meet. So I'm just asking Dexter Township today to focus on smart, balanced policy, not the fears that always come along with these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
My name is Jenny Morgan, and I live at 7905 Sour Drive on North Lake. First of all, I thought that this is the first time I've become aware that what you're going to do is fold in short-term rentals to bed and breakfasts, which I think that, as the committee noted, are very different entities with very different consequences. In one, the owner is present, and the other, the owner is generally not. In one, the owner would be an individual. In a short-term rental, it could be anybody. It could be an individual, it could be a corporation, it could be an LLC, it could be a commercial entity. One person, and I thought that this was a general look-see at the condition of Dexter Township and short-term rentals, and that we had limited amounts of time. I did not realize that it was the opportunity for one person to address and make a speech before the board. That person has not attended any of, at least I was not present at the first committee meeting, but I have been at all the rest of them. She never came. She never spoke. She never submitted a plan. She never submitted proposed regulations. She never responded. Instead, she had these conversations with staff Now, I understand from the agenda that you are not supposed to contact the planning commission or the persons who are the decision makers. But having worked in institutions a lot, staff is a huge, it has huge input into the decisions of the board. And so to have private conversations and communication with the staff seems to me to be totally opposite of what should happen. Also, the fact that all this was undertaken, she has a great claim against a realtor, as does whoever else said so. But that's not the problem of this committee, of this board, of this township. That's an individual issue. And I don't think that the rest of us need to respond to it in a way that says, okay, we'll have short-term rentals because somebody got lied to by the real estate agent. The other thing is that the argument that you bought something, therefore you should be able to do with it as you please. You bought in an area that is already zoned residential. You knew that when you bought it. You knew that that what you were doing was inconsistent with the regulations in place for no permitted use. Nevertheless, in a scofflaw kind of way, you said, oh, that doesn't apply to me. I'm going to make it a short-term rental. And then you expect a board to reward you for it. The fact that one neighbor was intimidated and then tried to change their mind, there's a lot of neighbors who don't want to say anything because in point of fact, they are neighbors, they have to live in the community. And I don't think it's fair to say that because there haven't been any complaints, despite the fact that it's not a permitted use and you bought knowing that, you should be able to go forward on that. I think that we had talked about at the committee, the number of boats, the number of trailers where the parking was. And I understand that even as recently as last week, this was 2 trailers and boats were being launched last weekend, and we had talked about limitations on that. I appreciate everything that you've done, but you knew it was a residential property when you bought it. We haven't even addressed the issues of increased use, changes in taxes, any of the myriad of items that the committee considered that don't seem to be reflected in the proposed changes. So I would urge the planning committee to currently continue the ban. I have no idea how a moratorium was placed in place on an illegal use. But to enforce the no permitted use and to go forward and see what the consequences are. Just see, I mean, the committee did so much work. I mean, there's a difference between a corporation and a person, between a family and the Marriott buying these. I mean, it's just, and not to have shown up at any of the committee meetings and now come forward and say, okay, well, I deserve this because that's what the realtor told me. I just think it's pretty gutsy.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Well, my name is Madeline. I live at 5185 Reading Drive. Aside from my mom owning an Airbnb, I just wanted to say that me and my friends, we go on spring break all the time to Airbnbs. And at the end of the day, when you go somewhere else to an Airbnb, there's still rules in place. When I go to Florida or I go somewhere up in the UP, there's still rules. There's still, if I'm too loud, the cops can come. I can get in trouble. People coming to the city know there's rules and they're going to follow them. Even if there's little issues here and there, that can be anywhere, whether it's an Airbnb or not. So I just want to say I'm strongly for them because it brings new people in. They're still so up and coming and there is rules in place for them. And I just think that they are beneficial. So I just think.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just want to address
If your
environmental.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Brenda Donaldson, 13730 McKinley Road. And I just want to address the memorandum that I sent and submitted in addition to Kurt Kowalski's memorandum. And I don't know if you've received that or not. He's a wetland specialist for the federal government. And I just want to ask you all to please read these and think about the environmental impact to the lake and the lake lands by allowing short-term rentals. So we gave you several points, and I'm not sure what his points are compared to mine, but I'm sure there are similarities. But this is something that we really need to think about, especially with the way we have our master plan set up. And what we're trying to do here is keep an environmentally friendly atmosphere. And I find short-term rentals are going to be very detrimental to the environment in the lake and the lake shore areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody want to have at it a second time?
Joseph Spiegel, 79. I don't understand. How is it that people say it's okay to have a short-term rental and we want regulation, but then they say they don't want any regulation? They're talking out of both sides of their mouth. It's a commercial venture, plain and simple. Under the current law, the current ordinance, it's a violation. So how is it that we can, so to speak, grandfather in people and have a scofflaw who may not even abide by any regulation that we have? If they want regulation, they haven't said it specifically. No one has said the Putnam ordinance is bad, because it isn't bad. All it does, it provides a system for people to engage in short-term rentals if they comply with the law, with the ordinance. It has due process. It's consistent with the special committee's concern for insurance. I don't understand the contradiction. Okay, I bought a piece of property. I knew or should have known I couldn't make a short-term rental. But it's okay for other communities to have short-term rentals. And therefore, this community should have short-term rentals. But they should be regulated. But they don't make a rational, reasonable proposal. This isn't how things operate in this country. We're a country of law. It's currently banned. They knew it or should have known. They got other claims, God be with them. I don't have a problem with that. But we cannot abide by individuals or anyone who tends to ignore the rule. The information you've been provided by the special committee is a compromise. It's a wonderful compromise. It allows for people, even the scofflaws, to apply if they comply with all the regulations. They're not burdensome. No one has sued to set it aside. It contains everything that the master plan would want. Or you can just say, short-term rentals are commercial property. I'm going to send a letter to everybody who's renting short-term rentals and say you're in violation of the law and take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel. I'm at 8579 Portage Lake Boulevard. I guess I have a couple things to say. I actually didn't come prepared to speak, but I feel the need to after sitting through some of the audience members, I guess, negative responses towards short-term rentals. I am for short-term rentals in the community. I have several in my neighborhood already, and I think that they have brought beautiful curb appeal to their homes. They've done amazing things for the community. We have lots of small businesses in the area, and they're bringing in, obviously generating revenue for those companies. I'm confused by the negative comments about boats and trailers. I don't know if people realize we live in a lake community. I'm not sure if we realize that or not. So I guess I just wanted to make that clear. I also am a single income household, and I would love to be able to have an Airbnb in the community for my home. So I'm not saying this is a voting committee, but I just want to make my voice known that I am definitely for it. I have long-term renters next to me, and the appearance of that home and the tenants that live there, it is rough. Appliances in the yard. There are very negative things that I feel people that actually go to Airbnbs and utilize short-term rentals, they typically take care of the home that they're going to. I have personally rented several Airbnbs and Verbos, and you get reviewed on your stay. Like, if you're a bad renter, you can't stay in another Airbnb again. So I feel like it will bring lots of good to the community, and I just wanted to voice my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing will be closed and we will move.
He said a second. I don't have to come up.
Go ahead.
He said a second time.
Okay, so no disrespect to you, but I took a lot of time to prepare the document that was created that I submitted from when I did my petition. I believe it's like maybe 7 or 8 pages long. It's very descriptive of everything that's transpired to get us to the point where we are up to that point. There's also information there about adopting the short-term rental ordinance that's in Hamburg Township. I don't know, are you a part of the committee? Because you seem to know like everything that was discussed in the committee.
Now, just if you want.
Am I allowed to ask her?
Questions to us.
But
we
no,
don't-
but I mean, she said that she was referring to me, and she talks
Okay.
about the letter that the 8-page document that I created. I don't know that she said that I'm asking for all of this, and I'm looking for somebody to say, boo-hoo to me, you bought this place and you didn't do your due diligence, but I didn't think I had to. When somebody has an LLC that they created and they're taking income in for 4.5 years, you're supposed to have insurance. You're supposed to file the permits. I own an advertising company that I mail coupon magazines every single month to 440,000 homes, including the Brighton area. I did all the proper work. I have insurance. I've filed my business with the state of Michigan. I have everything that needs to be done. My husband owns a brick masonry company, everything that he needed to do to form his business. and sustain his business has been done. So when somebody shows you an LLC, all the VRBO documentation, who would think that I needed to call the city to say, did these people indeed file a permit? There's people who live right next door, several doors down on each side. You mean to tell me they didn't have one complaint for 4.5 years? That the township wasn't called, the sheriff wasn't called? I mean, I made a mistake and I did not call to see if a permit was pulled. Shame on me that I should have done that. But I thought, being a business owner, owning an LLC, these people were doing everything properly in case there was somebody ever injured on the property. There's a lot that you need to make sure is done properly. So the reason I wasn't here for some of the meetings is my family snowbirds. We go to Florida for the winter. I didn't think that I had to fly home to come to the meeting when I called every month on a consistent basis to see, do I need to come in? We formed a committee. It's taken a few months, but we finally got the committee together. Okay, so now the committee's together. Is there anything that I need to know or do on my end? Nope, we're still working. We got the committee together. We're trying to figure everything out. I called every single month. If I didn't call every month, how would I know that I needed to be here today? So to make a remark that I came here in October and I expected all of you to feel sorry for me because I'm in this situation that I'm in, that's not at all the case. We would love nothing more than to keep this home. We put a lot of money into it. It's a pride thing. We made it look beautiful, and we don't want to have to sell it, but it was very expensive. The taxes are $10,000-ish a month. Then we got another bill that we have to do something else, $1,700. I mean, we have a home that nobody can live in because we're not long-terming it. As somebody mentioned, long-terming can be a disaster. You get somebody in for long-term and they don't pay for 3 months. You know how long it takes to go before the court to get them out? It's an absolute nightmare. And then they can destroy the home. They can leave a washer or dryer, whatever in the yard. There's nothing that you can do about it until the judge says they have to get out. And in that time, you might not get income for 6 to 12 months while you're fighting. Short-term rental, we don't have to go through all of that. It's a short-term rental. They're there usually for 3 days, a week, maybe 14 days. So I just wanted to make that clear. I wasn't trying to disrespect anybody by not being here monthly. I only came when I was told that I really needed to be here. Somebody brought up about the regulations of the water and the lake water, and that by bringing somebody in that might bring a jet ski or a boat for their short-term stay, that this could be an issue for the water. I like to ask, when boats are launched all day long at the boat launch, who's regulating that? Sometimes we see a sheriff or somebody standing there just kind of making sure everything's being done safely, and there's maybe there's not drunk people doing it or people that shouldn't be driving or don't know how to load or unload. But who's regulating how many boats and jet skis can be in our chain of lakes? I would think that that's much more worse than somebody that's coming in with a jet ski or a boat. And actually, out of all the short terms that we've done last summer and this summer, there's probably 10% of the people that are actually bringing a boat or a jet ski. And then I did have a couple more things to say. I think. And then going back to Steve's claim regarding the parking situation, there's a reason why we have legal documents and we have them notarized. The document that I provided to you today is a notarized document, and it states what the gentleman who owned the 4 lots prior to selling, he deeded the lots to his 2 daughters. During that time, 3 of the lots were sold to the neighbors on our other side. And then through the years, eventually the one house was sold to us. But Steve doesn't have any type of legal document that supersedes that he is allowed to be in park on that road. If he has something, we would welcome seeing something like that, but that's what a legal document is. It says at that time, the gentleman who owned those 4 lots, that is what his intentions were for that road. And it is not the road, when a road comes in, a road should go out and it would be a dead end. At the part where it goes, where it would go out, there's no dead end. There's a fence there. And then on the other side of the fence is the other lot, which I don't know their lot number, way on the other side of Steve's house in the red box. That is a lot that road that has a fence there is that lot owner's parking lot. I'm sorry, driveway. So this was something that was made millions of years ago, and there is a public access road that goes right in front of all these homes that somebody can go in through and out through the Asheville part, which is in front of Steve's property. Now, Steve does have a driveway at his own property that he can park at. He also has a road that he could park at, which is the asphalt road that he or his guests can park at on the road. I really don't understand why there is such a necessity to be parking on the gravel that is right in front of our house. And let's make sure I have everything else. Okay, and then what I also noticed that too, lastly, that there's been some talk about adopting the bed and breakfast ordinance versus the short-term ordinance. I think in my documentation, I made it pretty clear that I would like to adopt the short-term ordinance that is currently in use in Hamburg Township. And also, so we have another home that is on Zuki Lake. It's our cottage. And right there, by the cottage, there is what's called an easement. And it's actually 2 doors down from my cottage. And my dad lives on one of the cottages that is a part of the easement. So the way the easement works over there is 4 homes that is entitled to the easement, which is in the same situation as this lot. Those 4 homes, not only are they entitled to the road, but they're also entitled to that easement as well. So I know Steve mentioned that the easement that, he could put whatever he's talking about, he could have a farm there or whatever. But the definition of an easement is that nobody can put anything on the easement, a garden, a trampoline, anything like that, any type of trampolines can be moved, but they're really heavy. But as far as a garden, you cannot move the garden. So when people need to get over to the lakes that are entitled to use that easement, it should be clear and nothing should be on that easement. So currently he has his garden though, that's on the easement. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as well. But again, thanks again for all your help with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody who's not spoken to us that would like to?
Hi, I'm Linda Selbert, 8680 Dexter Pinckney Road. I wasn't going to speak until I listened to your discussion because shame on me, I didn't review the packet and I wanted to see what the changes were from the last meeting. I do see that I was on my phone while listening to everybody talk, and I do see there's a little bit of different stuff in that packet. So I'm anxious to hear this discussion that's coming up. But I was just sitting back there thinking, wow, is everybody paying attention to this? Listen to the disputes, listen to the people that feel that their piece of their property has been disrupted and the people that think it shouldn't be and hasn't been, and why haven't you complained? And I don't feel I can. People talking about if you have the ordinances and you have rules, then let the police enforce it. I want to remind everybody that that has been a big concern that we've heard consistently, is whatever gets put in place, it needs to be enforceable. It needs to have a township that funds the enforcement fully. So that when you are one of those unfortunate neighbors that does not get a wonderful Airbnb next to you, because I assure you those happen. Anybody who watches the news sees that this is a very hot topic around the world, across the United States, in tourist towns, and now in small towns like ours. Enforcement is difficult. It's expensive. Are we prepared to do that? We owe it. When people buy into residential neighborhoods and they think that they're living in a residential neighborhood and all of a sudden this commercial activity starts next to them. And if you're not lucky to have a great Airbnb owner next to you and you have the one from hell, you need your township. And right now, I just am not confident that we're in the right place. We have the funding. You want to talk about high taxes? Let's talk about how they go up when we have more police calls, when we have these kinds of disputes. Who's going to listen to this between neighbors when somebody shows up next door and they're buying the property and it's an Airbnb and these little battles begin? Who listens to that? Who resolves it? If you're going to put an ordinance in place, make it a strong one, make it clear so that it's easily enforceable, and then please commit to enforcing it. My side of the lake has a lot of horror stories, a lot of them. I'm sad that some of the people didn't feel that they could come tonight. We're afraid of retaliation. But there are bad owners. And when you have that, and that's next door to you every day, every night, it's a different experience than the nice ones that I've heard. I wish for all of them to be wonderful, but they won't be. So please think about that. Please be prepared. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to wrap up the public hearing. If there is somebody who hasn't spoken twice, because I have allowed that, but I would just like to remind everybody, it's not the role of, or even within the purview of this body, to resolve disputes between neighbors, to adjudicate the validity of quitclaim deeds or easements, or, many of the other subjects that have been brought up. So if we could kind of confine the discussion to, hey, should Dexter Township allow short-term rentals, that would be in order.
In many ways, I didn't come here tonight to deal with our issues with Jeff and Amy. They're good people. I think we could have dealt with this outside and had no problems. Someone mentioned that Amy should have known better by the realtor. Let me tell you what happened. When that realtor was, they had that property sold to somebody else. And those people came to my property and asked me some questions about it. I gave them the honest answers that I knew about that property, and they backed out of their deal. The next day they came and knocked on my door and threatened to sue me, the realtor did, for losing their sale. That's why I was not able to talk to anybody. I was threatened to sue twice. As for, I think you're right. Our issues, we shouldn't be taking your time up with them. I'm not going to bother you with them. They're reasonable people. I'd like to think we can talk our problems out and make them work. So I'll leave you with that. I just wanted to defend Amy in that way, because that realtor told me, I said, you lied to her. You lied to these other people. He says, well, they got to do their own due diligence. That was the realtor's response.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, public hearing will be closed and we will move into 7A, action items. I'm sorry? Sure.
My name is Martha Dar at 8986 Dexter Pinckney Road. And we live next to one of these short-term rentals. And the people that owned it, the family that owned it, we've lived there 30 years. And they were a very nice family, and they sold and they broke it up in different pieces, 3 different pieces. Four different pieces, sorry. And the one owners next on the other side of them bought 3 of the pieces. And that's, but before they bought this, the third last piece, it was owned by a guy named Dan who sold the place to them. And Dan, he made it a B&B for the first time, or whatever we call it, short-term rentals. And he lived there, but behind the house. So if we had a complaint, we complained to him. We didn't have to call the city. But we did have complaints. And they're not there. And who do we call? You guys? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You've only had one shot, right?
I only have like one shot and I'm gonna be really quick. I'm watching this example. My name's Al Selber, 8680 Dexter Pinckney Road. This is my second round. So it just dawned on me that this is kind of what we're bringing into our community when we try to bring commercial activity into residential. We start seeing neighbors not get along with other neighbors. And they each say to each other, they're wonderful people, but this dispute is very real to them. And I'm just concerned that we need to keep it residential. So I leave it at that.
Thank you. Anybody else who hasn't spoken to us twice yet? All right. Public hearing will for real be closed this time, and our first action item 7A, recommendation of Township Board on proposed zoning ordinance amendments regarding short-term rentals. And just to kind of bracket it, we've had a lot of discussion. The committee and some members of the Planning Commission were on the committee has had a lot of discussion before it got to the Planning Commission. And while I would hope and expect that we're ready to kind of go off in a direction, I think our role is to promote good land use policy, primarily within the confines of our master plan and laws and regulations that apply to this. So if it's the desire of this body to go beyond defining what a short-term rental is, if it's the desire of this body to regulate short-term rentals, allow them and regulate them, I think we still have a lot of discussion in front of us. I'm not especially overjoyed with the new document that we have. I understand parts of it, but I think there's some inconsistencies and some holes. But I don't want to launch off into, me picking at something and trying to wordsmith something if that's not even the direction that this body wants to go. So I would ask first for some guidance. What is your pleasure? It would be ideal if we had a for real motion and did this in, a real business-like manner. And then we discuss that motion until it reached its logical conclusion. But even if not, if you just had, sense of direction about which way do you want to go on this, I don't know that there's any new, I can dredge up some old discussion, I guess, but I don't know that I have anything new to offer. I would throw out there that personally, I have a real difficult time getting beyond the what's essentially a commercial use in a residential area. And it goes beyond a so-and-so, you want to rent my place for the weekend. We're talking about national advertising. And while I can see that there are some benefits to people being allowed to do that on both sides, whether you're on the owner or the visitor, the lessee end of that, I can see where there can be some other benefits to the business community. I don't see that overrides the rights of the neighbors to fully enjoy their property without having people come in and out. And just a reminder to everybody, all we're talking about here is short-term rental, which the definition that we propose or has been presented in front of us would be no more than 30 nights. And I get it that there can be some other issues with long-term rental, but for the person who, wants to make some money over the summer or pay their taxes or whatever it might be, they still have the option of a monthly rental. I am concerned about the rights of property owners to do what they want with their property and for their full enjoyment. But I think the caveat is always until it encroaches upon somebody else's rights. And it's nice to hear the stories of many successful short-term rentals, and clearly there have been a lot in Dexter Township because there haven't been a lot of complaints, but it's not our role to act on these have been successful and therefore we ought to allow them. That's not, that's not the policy that we should promote. It should be based on what's good land use policy and how does it support the goals of the master plan. And the master plan doesn't explicitly state that there should not be short-term rentals, but I think several of the pillars that the township board has established, a couple of the several pillars that the township board has established, I think, and some of the narrative in the master plan, I think, goes against the effective conversion of residential properties to commercial. Please.
I'll take a stab at some discussion. I know since the last time we met, there are a number of additional restrictions, at least from my point of view, that I'm seeing that were added to the ordinance. One is minimum lot area and width requirements, that any lot would have to have at least a 50-foot width. Minimum lot area, it needs to be at least a half acre if it's in the lake residential hooked up to the multi-lake sewer authority or an off-site sewer septic, or it has to be at least 1 acre in any zoning district and have on-site sewer and septic. The zoning caps that I think were showing 3 or 5% last time are now showing 1%, which brings the total allowed STRs in the entire township down to 31. And in the lake residential would only allow 9 STRs. And based on the new restrictions for lot width and lot area, I think it would almost eliminate any STR in the entire lake residential. In my mind, I'm speculating.
And if I could just interject, I think something that got maybe lost out of all of that is, in addition to the minimum lot size and the minimum lot width, I think we have to establish some sort of setbacks that you cannot encroach upon. And I think that goes further to your point.
So, and then in my mind, I'm thinking, why? You know, Jim brought up the why. Why are we doing this? Why is it because of a petition? And then I went back to the hearing that we had back in October when the petition was presented to us. We had a packed room of people and the public left us feeling that there was a 50-50 pull of for and against short-term rental. And I think it made this body sort of pull back and say, hey, maybe we need to look further into this, because there are a number of people against it, short-term rentals in this room, but there are a number of people for short-term rentals in this room. And now we know there's at least 24 known short-term rentals on the websites, active short-term rentals at the end of the year, which means there's probably closer to 50 short-term rentals, whether advertised on a website, Airbnb or Vrbo, or not advertised online at all, that are operating out there. So if you have 50 maybe operating out there right now, and many of them, you know, are in the lake residential, you know, they're out there like residential, people are talking about them all the time. How do you enforce that? It goes back to enforcement. We could say, no, we want to do nothing. We're not going to move anything forward. But who's going to enforce the 50 out there? Is the township going to send them a letter and say that you're in violation of code? Your use is not prohibited, or is not allowed, it's prohibited, and tell them to stop? What kind of fallout do you get from that? Or do you try to regulate them? But this regulation is not going to allow for them to even continue. So I keep going back to the why. I feel like this isn't going to work, you know, for the ones that are operating. And do we allow the ones that are operating to continue? Because we're putting forward an ordinance that is really gonna only work for rural residential where there really aren't any short-term rentals to begin with out in the rural residential. There's a few, but very, very few. And so I keep going back to the why. Why are we doing this? I mean, what's before us is so restrictive. It's not gonna allow for anything that's happening in the township right now. I mean, it's not gonna allow for those to continue now. And then the township is stuck with enforcing all of those rentals to stop. How do you get them to stop? And it's a lot of questions. I mean, it's just a lot of questions with enforcement specifically.
I would add to that point. In the previous conversations, we've discussed the idea that the cost for enforcement, should the non-Airbnb people be carrying part of that cost? Or should we be looking at a licensing permitting process that has fees that cover all of those enforcement costs? And based upon looking at the number of possible rentals per this proposal, which is what, 30 something?
31.
The entire cost of this would have to be carried by the license / permitting, and I'm not gonna get into the legal side of that, but the fees. So if we're talking about paying for all of this enforcement by 30, that's a very, very expensive permit. And whether or not that plays into the finances of making a short-term rental viable. And then the other concern that lies underneath it is some of these, I don't think it's come into our community yet, but I haven't done the research, where it's not always the owner that is the one that's doing the rental. It's a group or a consortium or a corporation that's just what they do, who has no interest in the value of the neighborhood. They're looking just at the numbers, and to have fees that high, all of a sudden, who can pay that? Can the corporations pay it? Can the individuals pay it? And then that comes back to the viability, which I think, John, kind of gets to the root of what you're saying, which is why are we doing this for 31 people?
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I agree with what's been said about enforcement. I think enforcement would be key to any ordinance, whether we pass any version that we've talked about. However, I don't think that enforcement falls under the purview of this board. I believe that our mission is to establish recommendations for ordinances which could be enforced, but that's not up to us how it's enforced. That would be another group of governmental officials who work that out. That's how I view this.
No, that's correct. Even on the zoning ordinance portion of this, and absolutely on the general ordinance portion of our discussion, final authority rests with Township Board. And like you said, how they're gonna make all that work, up to them. But we should, we've been asked to advise on the general ordinance, and it is, of course, our responsibility to make a recommendation on the zoning ordinance portion of this. So is there any?
I guess I'd like to just say, I agree with a lot of what our chairman said, that this essentially is a commercial activity. And if you're trying to put it in a residential neighborhood, there could be issues. My understanding of the Putnam ordinance is that it allows Airbnbs, but only in the commercial or agricultural districts. That it's prohibited in rural residential, it's prohibited in lake residential, any other type of district it's prohibited. It's only commercial or agricultural for agritourism, which actually would fit into our master plan, because we do want to promote agritourism. And it seems like a way farmers could help. You know, if they were, I think farming would be a very dicey profession. I think God for farmers every day, but they are I think that would help them maybe, if they could have an Airbnb. My concern about Dexter Township, and I do feel sorry for Ms. Bennett. I appreciate all the background you've given us and the story, that everything you've been through. And I know you didn't come here for sympathy, but I am extending my sympathy anyways, because it's been a real pickle. But I drove today around and I ran into Fletcher out by the lake, on Florence Road, Winston Drive, Dexter Pinckney Road, and the lots there are just so small and the houses are so close together that it just seems to me, to the extent that there would be a problem, it could be aggravated by just the proximity everyone is to each other. I also can say when I was driving and I could see the lake in between these houses, it is gorgeous. And I can see why someone would want to stay there in Airbnb. I can see why people live there, but it just seems to me like it is sort of, I can see both a benefit for people to see it, but I think it is fundamentally incompatible, a commercial activity, to put it in that setting, or it could be. And it goes back to enforcement. And I just feel like I don't know where the enforcement would come from. And granted, it's not our problem, but it's gonna be somebody's problem. So.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to voice my opinion, which I support entirely what has been said before by the members of the Planning Commission. However, I am, as I think everyone knows, I have been essentially opposed to short-term rental practice in Dexter Township since this issue came before us. The reasons, many and varied, but spot zoning in our township, leading to a patchwork of zoning applications. Who is going to decide what, where, when, and how is our zoning department even going to be able to enforce it? The fact that we're rezoning properties in agricultural, lakes residential, rural residential, and recreational to commercial ventures, that frightens me. I don't think the people that are living here should be subject to the Marriott Corporation buying property and now advertising it for short-term rental. And although I'm a strong supporter of Marriott, I just picked their name out of the air. I'm not using them, specifically. I'm also concerned about the fact of lack of enforcement. That's obvious. Fletcher obviously cannot do it. And is the Dexter Township going to invest another couple of $100,000 in developing an enforcement arm? Some entity that will be capable of doing this? We sure can't reasonably expect the law enforcement to do it for us. We can't expect the fire department to do it for us. So it's going to have to come back down here, and who's going to pay for it? Then residential property no longer being owned by residents. Again, I'm back to be a one person, an LLC, an entity, or a commercial that is interested only in financial reward, not in the character of the township. And that brings up another factor which I think is critical here. That's the character of the community. What is the character of the community out there on Winston Drive, on Portage Lake, on North Lake? Are those people going to be comfortable with their neighbors 3 doors down having transients every week, 3 or 4 nights at a time? And I think I want to wrap this up with, we remember at our last meeting, we had some discussion of the concerns of the Mullet Lakes Water and Sewer Authority. They are not, as the way I interpreted their comments, they are not particularly in favor of the short-term rental activity in the township. And they are going to be the people that have to deal with the effluent from this. And if they are concerned, that makes me doubly concerned. So thank you for letting me rattle on, but I am at this point not at all supportive of this idea.
I just want to add one more point. It almost seems like if Dexter Township as a whole truly wants short-term rentals, I think maybe they need to address it as part of their next master plan update. Because when they go to update their master plan, it can be a part of that process, because the master plan just truly doesn't address it enough, and they're not gonna go away. We can try our best to enforce them, but they're gonna continue to exist, and I feel be complaint driven to eradicate them, you know, and it's bigger, it's a bigger issue, and I think the master plan should address it.
Okay, so just as a reminder, we are on item A, which is the zoning ordinance amendment portion of this thing. I think regardless of which way you'd like to go with it, there are some things that need to be tidied up on that, but I'd really like to get a sense of direction, and that would be best expressed in the form of a motion. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that option 1 ordinance regarding option 1, which is the first set of ordinance under consideration, be modified and approved. I would like, and the reasoning is this, the probability for the following, the reasons are residential community disruption, noise complaints, potential for noise complaints, the probability of other externalities of this industry, and the major reason, the fact that it is not supported by the master plan. I believe that for residential properties, the SDR should be allowed only in agriculture, general commercial, and planned unit development, and the others be disallowed, all other zones. And then approve that.
That was a motion.
That is my motion.
Make sure that I understand. So on packet number, packet page 447, suggested motions, option 1.
Option 1, yes.
We have a favorable and an unfavorable.
Favorable with the modifications I suggest.
Okay, that it would be permitted only in ag, commercial.
And PUD.
And,
yeah.
Yeah, and PUD, let me check, because that's not its own.
Planned unit development.
That's okay.
zoning. That's not its own zoning classification as much as an overlay on
That's correct.
something
Mr.
else.
Chair.
So taking Commissioner Berry's sentiment and applying it to page 7 of 47 of the packet about short-term rental. What you've already provided for us, we've got, you know, P in ag, P in RR. We specifically are not going to have that permitted in lake residential. P in recreation conservation. Well, actually, your PUD thing would be taken care of.
Okay.
most likely with the RR.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would still work okay for RR. And then we've got the question, sorry, commercial C down at the far right. So recreation conservation wasn't specifically addressed what to kind of
Recreation.
restate your motion. What are your thoughts on that?
I would disallow it in that,
Disallow it
in that.
in RC?
In this motion, yes.
Thank you for the clarification. Before I ask for a second, let me see, I think there were a couple of other questions that I had on the zoning part of it. Well, maybe we should just see if there's a second and then we can go through this. I think.
Mr.
like
Chair.
Some of it's gonna have to get worked out.
I'd like the board maybe to discuss the PUD option a little bit more in detail.
Okay.
Like you said earlier, it's an overlay on a residential zoning district, and it's simply a tool for developers to use to develop their subdivisions. essentially.
Is there a PUD that isn't overlaid on rural residential?
You're probably thinking about the open space community overlay.
Okay.
For example, Hillside Acres has that overlay. It's when a lot of the property's preserved.
But it's still gonna be RR, so it falls in that column. I'm trying to understand what would be unique about a PUD that wouldn't already be covered by, I guess,
I think,
I don't know, could you have a PUD in an ag zone?
I suppose.
And ag, we're saying, or you're saying should be permitted and RR should be permitted, so I don't know.
So the way I'm understanding
Any
this is,
uniqueness?
if you were to allow it in PUDs, essentially the developer would need to be on board with short-term rental.
Well, and the developer, maybe not so much as the HOA that would succeed the developer's rules and regulations. But I don't know that that
Correct.
creates a conflict automatically. Allowing them within RR or allowing them within ag, even recognizing that they may be subject to deed restrictions or, HOA regulations or something like that. Nothing changes the intent of what you were trying
Right.
to accomplish.
Right.
Sure.
You're not saying that they're absolutely allowed every place, but, subject to something else, they're still allowed in. I don't know, does that make sense, Fletcher?
I would
Am I
recommend
missing?
AG, general commercial, and RR. I think that would cover what Commissioner Berry is trying to accomplish. And like you said, Mr. Chair, HOAs can amend their own bylaws to prohibit these types of uses within their neighborhoods. This would strictly apply to general township properties outside of
Okay.
those subdivisions.
I would accept that modification.
All right, thank you. I had, and maybe this is somewhat of a moot point if we're not dealing with the smaller properties around the lakes. I'm sure you could probably find a lot of legally non-conforming RR lots that are somewhere else, obviously if they're RR, they're not in LR. I don't know if that has an impact on the half acre and 1 acre, but as I mentioned before, something that I think we're missing that, okay, if you have a minimum lot width of whatever, what's in front of us was mainly relative to what it does around the lakes. If that's going to be 50 feet, I think we still need to comply with the setbacks. And I get your point at the last meeting that we can't maybe reference that it has, well, that's more in the general ordinance part of it, but we can't say that you can't be legally non-conforming, but what we can say is, okay, in this case, half acre, 1 acre, 50 feet minimum lot width. I think we need to establish, front, side and rear yard setbacks also. So I expect that that's where most of the conflicts are going to come from when something is too close to somebody who didn't buy into all of this. So that, I don't know, we can think about it for now, if you've got an answer for it now, but we can
Sure.
also
Just,
come back to that. I'm just trying to clean up that we've got something that we're taking forward that doesn't have something else hanging out there.
I think we could simply modify the parcel size requirements just to reference the requirements outlined in each zoning district that it's permitted in.
Seems
So
perfect, yeah.
it's 2 acres for rural residential minimum lot size for ag, 5 acres down to 1 acres with specific standards. And then for the general commercial, I believe that's a much smaller lot size, but it's already zoned commercial and intended for that type of use.
And then on page 15 of the packet, I had a question about, well, I've got a couple of questions, but
Yeah,
in the red,
Did you? make the
he
motion?
did.
Okay, are we into the discussion? There was no second. There's no second.
You're right. There was no second. I don't remember where I left off on that. Thank you, because I wanted to get clarification on what exactly is going forward. So it may be a little premature. I mean, it's kind of out of process anyhow to even have discussion without an active motion, but I would like to, since there are multiple pages of this, I think we're close to zeroing in on
I didn't know if we were.
this is what Dan's proposal is, and see if, I think there does need to be, that's the substantive part, I think. I think there needs to be some clarification on some of these other words that I thought were kind of confusing or maybe conflicting. But if somebody's ready to second that, I think that's,
Can you restate the motion?
but I don't want to die for a
I
lack
know,
of a
but
second.
I just wanted to know what the intent was, again.
The
'Cause we
intent,
started to add a whole bunch and then Fletcher started talking and
I'll paraphrase.
kind of started to lose me.
The intent is to move forward with option 1 on our packet. With modifications.
The favorable.
The favorable
favor.
suggestion.
Paragraph.
Yes,
Okay.
in favor, with modifications as outlined before. Do you need me to repeat those? To disallow it everywhere except three zones.
Our ag and C.
Ag, C, yeah, ag, general, commercial, and rural residential. That's the
It's like,
motion.
looking at the zoning, rural residential, still, there's a lot around.
Around the lakes.
West Lake, North Lake, Little Portage. I didn't know if your intent was to keep it off the lakes, because there's still quite a bit around the lakes.
It's true.
So I was just asking for intent. And that includes the almost 2,000 lots when you start to include the rural residential.
It's a fair point.
So I was going back to what your intent was, to taking out everything else. When you include rural
Yeah.
residential,
Rural
you're
residential
including back in most
does-
of the residential.
does represent a lot of, rural residential represents a lot of real estate out there on lakes. So that's true. The intent is to adhere to the master plan and many other things, including the environmental impacts on the lakes. So with that input, can I modify?
You
what I
still
put?
own it.
I
Yep.
still own it, you only
Yep.
seconded it yet. So I would, change that to, two allowed zones. One is agriculture, the other is general commercial.
Right? That may. Yeah, I'm not sure that changes the clarifications that I was looking for on page 15. So I think, or maybe I'm reading it incorrectly. I think we have a little bit of an inconsistency under top of page 15 of the packet, bed and breakfast. I'm a little confused about how we have folded this into bed and breakfast, and I think it creates some inconsistencies. Well, let's take this a little bit out of sequence. So when we fold it into bed and breakfast, I think it creates an inconsistency when we go to section 2K3, talks about bed and breakfasts. Number 3 is owner occupied. So if we're saying in K, the kind of the heading, bed and breakfast, including short-term rental units shall meet the additional standards outlined below. We specifically say that it has to be owner occupied. Bed and breakfast facility must be a single family dwelling, which is operated and occupied by the owner of the dwelling, which of course makes sense because that's part of the definition of bed and breakfast, but I'm not understanding if that, or what the intent of that is when it's relative to the short-term rental. Are we saying that all the rest of the year, the owner should occupy that property and it's not, it's not a commercial usage absentee owner, or is that something that was not intended and it just didn't get clarified?
So, Mr. Chair, are you concerned that it would only be owner occupied part-time and
Well,
that
just-
would not meet the definition that's outlined?
I'm just going by what's written here by plopping the phrase including short-term rental units into the bed and breakfast section. It has to then comply with all of the standards, as it says outlined below, number 3 of which is bed and breakfast facility shall be single family dwelling which is operated and occupied by the owner of the dwelling. If the intent of that is that, and I'm not sure if it's within the township's power, in fact, I'm assuming this whole document hasn't been reviewed by the township attorney yet. So there may be some, some legal definition or something. If the intent of that is that this is an owner occupied piece of property until they rented it out for a minimum of 3, maximum of 30 days, then I get it. And I think it ought to be spelled out that way. But if it's just something that, well, it wasn't intended to be that, because that actually is part and parcel of the bed and breakfast. So if it was intended to be something else, we need to clarify it. If it's just there because that's the bed and breakfast paragraph, I think we probably need to separate something out.
Okay.
But I'm not thinking that that's a substantive point. It might just be the technicality that needs to be addressed. To me, it would be substantive if our intention was all bed and breakfasts and all short-term rentals in Dexter Township must be owner occupied.
I believe that was the intention, and
Then we probably need to add some wording, because
Adds-
typically the owner occupied on a bed and breakfast is they're over there in the other room at the same time. Like house sharing, so that. And I think what you just said pretty much makes sense to me. I just think it needs to be explicitly stated, so it's not subject to misinterpretation. The other part above that in the red, maybe I'm confused. I think we have an inconsistency. So the red, we're talking about bed and breakfast, and then we added on, this definition includes short-term rentals where accommodations are offered for periods of less than 30 consecutive days. All short-term rentals should be regulated in accordance with standards applicable to bed and breakfast establishments. And then the new paragraph, short-term rental, a commercial activity consisting of renting a dwelling or a unit for a term of not more than 30 nights. Are 30 consecutive days and 30 night, or less than 30 consecutive days the same as not more than 30 nights? I mean, night for me is pretty easy to define because that's why I paid to sleep there. I might have gotten there the day before and departing the day after. Is that 2 days? It's certainly one night. I just think that needs to be.
Yeah.
Everything we've talked about is that not more than 30 nights, I think, isn't it?
I think that's a excellent catch, Mr. Chair. I think we can make that more explicit because a day is certainly different than a night. I mean, if it's 30 consecutive days, you got to leave on the 30th day. Does the night mean you get to sleep there the 30th night, leading in the 31 days?
Yeah, I think
mean,
that'll be
great
easy
question.
enough for you to clean up. It's
a little bit of a-
got picked up somewhere.
Brain test there.
Those were the only, I think those were the only things that I was not clear on the zoning ordinance portion of the proposed change. I would like, well, and you already offered up the solution for that. I'd like the lot sizes defined under the two. Well, like you said, maybe it doesn't need to be defined at all under commercial, because that's already its thing. You could put a hotel on commercial.
So essentially reference the dimensional requirements for the reference zoning districts.
I guess for ag, because we're only talking about ag and commercial now, right? So something that explains lot size for ag, but then I would still like setbacks.
In
And
those,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, those setbacks are outlined in each zoning district's dimensional standards.
Yeah, and if it's not good form to reference back to, and it has to comply with everything that we say ag has to comply with, because then that would, I think there's some legal issue there that doesn't recognize legally non-conforming. And that's why it seems important that we explicitly state what those expectations are. There's no grandfathering provisions in this because it never existed before. It was never permitted before. So on that basis, I think we should also then bring the setbacks into that chart or someplace else.
Okay.
Just so everything is consistent. And what I was going to say is when Commissioner Mira was talking about agritourism, I nodded my head pretty quickly. However, yes, while agritourism is one of our goals, I'm not sure that that automatically implies that people need to, should, or they be entitled to staying over in an ag zoned facility. I also get Commissioner Berry's point that I don't see any harm done by doing that. And I think it can serve a purpose, but I'm just saying that I don't necessarily say that, yeah, I don't think you must have that to promote agritourism, that's all. But I'm not thinking at this point that
Right.
causes me any problem. I think everything blends together okay. All right, anybody seeing any, yeah, sorry to be that guy, but just kind of as policy, I'm a little bit hung up on when we kind of de facto define a special event to being 10 or more people. I'm not sure I'm understanding this correctly because this is on page 14 of 47 of the packet. New paragraph D, this is under section, well, it's right below table 25.1. We talk about D, short-term rentals, no special events. Properties operated as short-term rental are not permitted to have special events, including but not limited to weddings, parties, or large gatherings of 10 individuals or more take place on the premises. See ordinance 45, which would be the general ordinance for additional short-term rental requirements. As a policy, why would that not be tied to the number of beds that a property is going to declare and somebody is going to inspect, and you know, the 2 people per bedroom of 120 square feet minimum, whatever all that was? Why wouldn't that be tied to the number of beds? Or like the Putnam Township ordinance, I think they said you can't exceed 1.5 times the guests, the total number of people. And I may not be quoting this properly, but I think there was something in there about 1.5 times the authorized occupancy, I think is what it said.
Mr. Chair,
Ma'am.
I think this might have gone back to when we're really focusing on the lakefront properties that have very small acreage.
Yes.
There was like, just fix it at 10. I think that's where that came from, is my recollection.
That's what I recalled too. A couple commissioners shared their stories of renting short-term rentals at some point and maybe having small gatherings with the family. And I think 10 was just a number we stumbled upon. But if the commission thinks implementing building standards as a threshold rather than the number 10, we could certainly look into that.
Well, especially the context in which we are discussing this now, and I hate to use the term party barns, but you know, agritourism has a component. There may be an event, a wedding, something like that. I wouldn't want to inadvertently cut that out because, well, part of this venue, we're gonna put 8 people up for the night. And then the next day, there's going to be 50 people because there's going to be a wedding or reception or whatever. And we just created this conflict. So I think somehow we need to figure out how to sort that out. And maybe to your point certainly 10 doesn't apply anymore, but maybe the whole thing needs to just be reviewed. I think there is some logic to, in the home, in the facility, tying that to some multiplier of the number of authorized occupancy or whatever you want to say. But on the grounds, I wouldn't want to create that conflict to where we just had a jamboree or something, big old family reunion, and we just created a violation inadvertently. Yeah, I think in the zoning ordinance part of it, these were the only things that I saw. Anybody have anything else? Anybody, well, anything that I said, Dan, that makes that unfriendly with what your intent was, if you're still the owner of the motion?
Yeah. Your point about agricultural uses and the number of people is cogent, and I agree with that. If you wanted to suggest eliminating that large gathering of 10 individuals or more from the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, and replacing that with another more reasonable restriction, I'd be open to that. But we need to define.
So I think the flow of this thing is such that before we have another meeting, Township Board is scheduled to consider whatever it is we're recommending, and they can, they can do it, they can do something else, they can not do it. So while I generally like to, let's, refer that back to staff and let them come up with the right thing. I think we kind of got to come up with something now. Now, we could just leave that out and put some asterisks in there that, hey, township board, figure that one out. That's not a big deal to us. It's not really a zoning thing as much as that probably gets more to the general ordinance part of it. So I'm not saying that we have to come up with a perfect solution tonight, but I don't want to leave it like it is either.
Well, on page 8 of 47, they actually is a special listing for special event facility.
Mhm.
So it seems to me like if you had a short-term rental, I mean, you're not gonna have a short-term rental for 50 people, you'd have sleeping there. You'd have a limited
Correct.
number of sleepers, and then you might have an adjacent like wedding barn where people just come the next day, and that, I think that might be covered under the special event facility. So
Yeah,
it
the
might
part-
already be in there.
Yeah, the part I'm kind of hung up over is when X number of people can sleep there because somebody has determined that, that occupancy is an okay number.
Right.
But if we get to 10 or more, then it's a special event and you can't do that. And to me, that wasn't in the facility, but that was
In the house?
on the grounds.
Okay.
And again, I think that was a bigger thing if we were focused on the lakes. You got a place that, sleeps 6, but all of a sudden you've got, 15 raising heck out in the yard and all of that. So,
Well, should we make it 1.5 times the number of guests? Or 2 times the number of guests?
or it doesn't apply to permitted, what did you just say? Special
Event facilities?
event facilities.
And
maybe.
I'm glad Commissioner Mayor brought that up because it's a special land use. There's a lot that goes into having barns being used as wedding barns or party barns. There's a lot that goes into it. They need to meet building code, and people need to be safe. So there's a lot that goes into it, and I think that special events ordinance covers that. I think 10 is what we're getting hung up on, and we need to come up with a better solution for that, but then state that it's not applicable to permitted special event
makes
facilities, et
sense.
cetera.
I'm envisioning now that, people are gonna be far away from wherever the neighbors are, the density, the occupancy. Occupancy needs to be safe, needs to be approved by whatever authorities, including Dexter Area Fire Department, but I'm much less concerned about accidentally creating Woodstock or something, recreating Woodstock. I don't think that's a.
Well, maybe it would just be come out, like maybe whoever applies for a short-term rental in like an agricultural district would just say, this is the maximum number of guests we would expect, because they're based on bathrooms, and I think there was something in here, but I can't.
You know what, that's,
It could be just.
I think that's a good point, and an example of that is Cornman Farms
Right.
established when they came for their site plan approval, this is, whatever, 100 people maximum, we're kind of changing our
75,
business model a bit. So as part of your application process, hey, people, what do you anticipate in this, each individual situation, and then that's an administrative decision.
Right, if you just want to have like a barbecue with your friends, yeah, okay. Does that
Yeah,
make sense?
that makes sense to me.
Okay. Right.
We can't have random comments just shouted in from the audience, or I'll totally lose control of this thing.
Mr. Chair,
Sir,
I made this motion in order to open it for discussion and to get a sense of where the board stands and see where it goes. And I make the motion sincerely based on what I said earlier, but I think that there is no second yet. And this may be an indication of where the board's going. I don't know.
Or I may have just jumped in and complicated it, trying to get, you know, a document before us that somebody can look at and say, okay, yeah, I can second that. So I'm,
Okay.
I don't, you still own it. But I think the point is that, yeah, we've had some discussion, a little bit out of process. Anybody care to second the motion? And the motion is, as we just discussed, but the important part of it is on page 4 of the packet, suggested motion, option 1, favorable recommendation. I move that the planning commission forward the proposed zoning ordinance amendment dated July 2nd, 2025 to the township board with a favorable recommendation. And probably that's the point that we say allowing short-term rentals in ag and commercial zone districts, and then continuing citing that the amendment establishes clear zoning standards for short-term rentals and references licensing requirements of ordinance 45. Anybody care to support that?
I'll support it, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Open for discussion.
Mr. Chair, if I could direct a question towards Director Reiner. The proposed changes which allow it in agriculture, commercial, which I think it's kind of already somewhat there because of hotel, motel, bed and breakfast rules. Does all of that technically, could it be addressed under special land use? Can someone come in and say, we've got this piece of property, apply for special land use, and then define all these little things that they want to do, which include short-term rental?
I suppose you could list short-term rentals as a standalone special land use for these districts. And each property owner would have to come before this commission and meet the provisions in place to establish that. So that is an option.
So I was gonna say with that, and what you mentioned regarding the agritourism having to go through a complex process, are we actually giving them any additional rights to do something regarding short-term rental right now? If we were to approve this favorable recommendation?
Really, the only additional right we would give the ag zone properties is the right to short-term rent their properties. They can already do the special events, wineries, other agro-tourist industries. It's just an additional right that they can use.
Okay, and do they already have the right for bed and breakfasts?
Let me double check.
The corollary or the second part of that question is if that's the case, then the only thing we're allowing is them to do it without being owner occupied.
That's correct. Yep, bed and breakfasts are a special land use in ag, rural residential, and lakes residential. So really the big difference is the owner occupied space.
Because if that's the case, it seems to me we're going through a whole lot of hoops to just make that one change. Or that could be just a separate change in itself. I mean, we're basically going through and creating a short-term residential policy that we've restricted everywhere except there. And the only change that it gives them is not have to be owner occupied.
Your point is that it really only applies to ag in this discussion because commercial can already do what commercial can do.
Yes. And my concern, I don't want to open a whole branch of discussion, but I'll just mention it as a point of topic. My concern comes down to that complex code, rules, laws, whatever all this stuff is subject to interpretation, which means we open ourselves by having something like this to lawsuits. As a member of the ZBA, I'm wondering what comes in front of the ZBA, trying to ask for, all these variations. are we creating something very complex that just gets us potentially into trouble when, if the desire of the board under this motion is to just give ag the ability to do not owner occupied, then maybe that should be just a whole separate item to give ag the ability to do non-owner occupied and change the definition of bed and breakfast for ag.
Sure.
And I guess one thought I had about doing it the way we have been talking about is that it makes it clear it's prohibited in other districts, like it's prohibited in the Lake residential. Because, you know, as Chandra said earlier, we have at least 20 out there operating. So I think it would just be another flag for people trying to do due diligence that you can do it here, you cannot do it here. Because that seemed to be, I think the way it's set up now, it's like, it's not specifically allowed. So you got to infer that it's prohibited. And I just think that's too, it's not clear enough for people that are going to buy a property and invest a lot of money in it on the hopes that they're going to rent it. So I think it would clarify the fact that places where it's absolutely not allowed. If that's my thinking on it. If you think, based on what you said, you think there's another way to get around that, that makes it clear.
Well, in my mind, I was thinking if that's the approach, then really, right now it's not allowed. So all we would have to do is clean up the definition or add a definition of short-term rental into the zoning code. And under something separate, give ag the ability to change, or maybe we would even do it in general, change the definition of bed and breakfast to not be owner occupied, because that requires special land use anyway. So in order to do bed and breakfast, the neighbors would have an opportunity to give input. The owner would have to propose what they're trying to do with this property as a business that's not in a residential area. That, again, we've created a whole lot of rules for what you can't do, but we've only given one mechanism for what you can do, instead of just clearly stating what you can't do. No short-term rentals, period. And again, I come back to are we just adding a lot of complicated language and paper that open us up to the other cost element that I didn't mention in all of this enforceability is lawsuits. Is at what point are we opening the township to potential legal action that we have to defend? And the time and effort and cost that goes with that. I'm trying to keep this in as simple as we can to reach the end goal. And, you know, it's a very complicated road to get what that end goal is. But I think if we understand that the clarity is give ag the ability, because commercial already has it, then maybe that's what we should be saying.
Now, were you saying that we should change the definition of bed and breakfast to include non-owner occupied, or did I understand that?
I stated as an example, but I probably shouldn't because I don't want to open up that entire conversation. But the point being
Yeah,
that if
B and B goes
exactly.
across 4, I think, zoning districts, so.
Yeah. But under special land use, let me come back to my original question then. Under special land use is where they're able to discuss all these opportunities. So if someone did want to be proposing a bed and breakfast that's not owner occupied, do we already have the proposal, the process to address that in the special land use? That was sort of why I asked that question.
So I think ultimately draft ordinance 45 was written with the perspective of small lots in the Lake Residential Zoning District. And I think it's possible for us to get just the meat and potatoes of the short-term rental ordinance, just dealing with the zoning districts the commission's comfortable with. I think a lot of the restrictions in that ordinance could be, I guess, removed because the lots are becoming so large. And, you know, for example, one of the provisions in that draft ordinance 45 was 500 feet of separation between short-term rentals. Well, a lot of the agricultural properties have 1,000 feet of frontage. So it's a whole different ballgame. And I think a lot of these provisions could be shortened or removed in its entirety, and be simplified, if that makes sense.
But if we are proposing or potentially proposing to allow them in agricultural districts and commercial, in only doing it to try to prohibit STRs in the township, I feel like that's a really backwards way to do it. I feel like Putnam does it, and Putnam does not have a single STR in the township because that's their way of prohibiting STRs. So I think Putnam's STR ordinance is a solid ordinance, but they don't have any STRs, so it's not tested. It's not tested if it's a good ordinance or not. I mean, if we're doing this like to prohibit them, then we should just prohibit them. Sean had stated, because then we would be doing it for a total of 189 dwellings in the agricultural district and 20 dwellings in the commercial district, so just around 210 units total. And of this agricultural, who's to say the farmer isn't gonna sell his development to a large lot developer? And then you'll have all these 10-acre lots all divided, and then everyone's gonna have short-term rentals in this 10-acre lot development down the road when the farmer sells. And then you'll have an exclusive development of short-term rentals that the farmer sold them.
Well, that's, I guess, theoretically possible, but
It's
practical.
I know it's
because
speculating, but it's
clamoring to come out and spend a whole lot of time on a farm.
yeah, but I'm going back to the question of why. Why do all of this for 200 units and the possibility that very, very few would even apply as a short-term rental?
Somewhat along the lines of this discussion, so in commercial, a hotel, motel or hotel is the principal permitted use. And we would be proposing in agricultural special land use or an accessory special land use. I mean, we'd have to figure out where that applies, I guess, huh? It's more to, yes, Sean's point about, do we need all of that, or do we just think what you're saying is, or we just, put it in as a permitted use in this case, really only the ag zoning district. And then if that's the case, my question is, well, what kind of a permitted use is it going to be? Accessory permitted use, probably not principal permitted use. Maybe a special land use. Because that has campground and those sorts of things. But that's kind of the simple part of it, it seems, because kind of to your point, Fletcher, so the proposed ordinance 45 is something totally different in the context of this conversation than had been envisioned. And then what are we sending to the what was it,
Right.
August 12th board meeting?
If that motion, I think ultimately a lot would need to be changed with ordinance 45 to accommodate what is being motioned currently. I think it's a whole different set of meetings and discussions here at the planning commission level. An option would be to forward an unfavorable recommendation of what's before us, and we circle back and discuss a brand new draft just for ag and commercial. That's an option.
Well, that's probably the cleanest at this point, because along those lines, I'm thinking that we're not gonna collectively come up with a new ordinance 45 that would seem to make sense to send to the township board in a couple weeks. So the cleanest way, yeah, maybe, well, we can deal with this first, because that's where we are. I don't wanna get too wild here. And then figure out what we do for the second part of this, which may be forward it with an unfavorable recommendation, but transmit a letter that says, more to follow. Now, there's also maybe the question of how long does the planning commission, how long should the planning commission be involved with this? How much should we touch it? We kind of have expressed some opinions. I'm not sure that ordinance 45, right? Maybe shouldn't even come back to the planning commission. Depending on the results of the rest of this discussion and a vote, maybe the planning commission is saying, well, here's what we think it ought to be. What came to us tonight as, good faith attempt at the ordinance is an entirely different thing now, but township board, you'll get the gist of it when staff brings back the ordinance that is harmonious with our motion tonight.
I think,
Assuming the thing passes, and then maybe,
yeah.
Unless there's some special request about something back to the planning commission. That's whatever you rewrite based on what happens here tonight is legitimate for the public hearing at the Board of Trustees. And we've given our input, just, not in the way that we might have thought we were going to.
Well, there's a motion and support. Do we move on from?
Yeah, anybody have anything else? All right, if not, on my writing utensil here, let's take a vote. It had been moved by Commissioner Berry, supported by Commissioner Mayor. And this is the zoning change portion of this thing. The motion is favorable recommendation under that heading. I move the planning commission forward the proposed zoning ordinance amendment dated July 2, 2025 to the township board with a favorable recommendation for ag, or A, G, and C zoning districts, citing that the amendment establishes clear zoning standards for short-term rentals and references the licensing requirements of ordinance 45. Fletcher, does that sound okay to you, given that it references the licensing requirements of ordinance 45? I'm not sure if that legitimately ought to be in this motion, because 45, as it is in front of us, gets blown out.
Right. The planning commission's just in charge of a recommendation for the zoning ordinance and input on ordinance 45.
So would it make sense that the amendment establishes clear zoning standards for short-term rentals, and the planning commission suggests that I don't know if it would be staff at that point or board of trustees, incorporates that into the detailed license requirements of ordinance 45.
Mr. Chair, could I
Sure.
suggest that we separate the two things, vote on this motion that's on the floor. If it passes, make another motion to have staff adapt ordinance 45.
We can do that. My only hangup is that what's before us is that paragraph, and it states that it references the licensing requirements of ordinance 45, which I think don't apply now. I'm just trying to figure out how to get out of that.
Can we just take off? Can we just put a period at the end of licensing requirements, and not reference ordinance 45?
The amendment establishes clear zoning standards for short-term rentals and the licensing requirements of ordinance. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying we just take off, we put a period at the end of licensing requirements. Or we just change the verbiage and take out ordinance 45. Just change some of the verbiage that we would change, make, because we don't, it doesn't sound like we want ordinance 45. So
Can we end it? Well, there will have to be some sort of an ordinance, I guess, to define all of the details of how short-term rental will be handled. Since I understand it should not be part of the zoning ordinance, but it should be a separate standalone ordinance. But maybe your point, do we gum anything up if we just short-term rentals, period, and we get rid of the whole and references the licensing requirements of ordinance 45? It kind of gets, I think, to what Dan said a few minutes ago.
Or
Yeah.
could we say the first part, but then just say, after ag and commercial, and that the proposed ordinance 45 should be modified accordingly.
Well, or should be written accordingly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
I think it would be cleaner to have two separate motions. One for the public hearing today on the zoning ordinance,
Okay.
and then another for what staff is to do next with ordinance 45 and with the township board.
All right, I think that makes sense. That would be part B of our action items, I guess, huh?
Yes.
So, yeah. In that case, where do we want to cut this paragraph off? Because I'm uncomfortable with it referencing something that isn't really what we intend anymore. Can we just citing that the amendment establishes clear zoning standards for short-term rentals? It kind of does. The ordinance is going to be all about the licensing requirements.
Yeah, I think a period after short-term rentals makes sense. And then just reference to some of the largest discussion points you had tonight, so.
All right, is that
Zoning districts.
is that friendly with the author of the motion
It is.
and the seconder of that motion?
Yes.
All right, so the motion as I have it is I move that the planning commission forward the proposed zoning ordinance amendment dated July 2, 2025 to the township board with favorable recommendation for ag and C or agricultural and general commercial zoning districts, citing that the amendment establishes clear zoning standards for short-term rentals. We're gonna take a vote. Commissioner Smith,
Nay. No.
Abbott,
Can you come back to me?
sure. Birch,
No.
Hurd,
No.
Barry,
No.
Mayor,
Yes.
that was a yes.
Yeah.
Abbott, or I'll vote yes, Abbott.
Sorry, this is really hard.
Things gonna die no matter which way you vote,
Yeah.
so.
I know, I
so
mean, I'm
leave the room if you want.
gonna go yes, since we've narrowed it down
Okay.
to agriculture, but.
All right, that motion fails. What should you like to do now, group?
Mr. Chair, the reason that I voted no for my own motion is that I believe that Commissioner Smith's concept of approaching it from a complete no may be a superior way to, a cleaner way to take care of this, at least for the time being.
All right, anybody have any other thoughts? Commissioner Smith, you want to put that thought into a motion, or what would the group like to do?
Not today. The reason being, there's so many complicated issues around all these motions that we have sitting in front of us that we still haven't touched yet. I feel like it's a slightly different topic that requires a little bit more background to understand, consultation with Director Rayner, that wouldn't be prepared to put together a motion yet that has anything definitive.
Can we
It could be
agree on,
general.
can we agree on what the motion of a short, or what the definition of a short-term rental is? And put that into a motion, so now we at least have something that can go forward in the zoning ordinance. Whether we permit them, how we permit them, where we permit them, we've at least defined them.
Yes. And I would be glad to do that. A quick comment before we do, my original thought would be we take the definition that is in this document right now. Making sure that it is using the nights. Yes, it uses the night terminology. So should I read that first, or do I make a motion and read the whole thing, or how does this, what's the
No,
easiest way
however,
to do it?
however you like, if it's something you want to incorporate in this, if you want to do it in 2 steps.
So let's see if I can craft this in my head on the spot.
Well, or if you just want to dispose of the proposal in section 1 and then get into the more complicated, not necessarily complicated, but the more substantive part of how all of that affects the zoning ordinance, we could do that in 2 separate steps. You don't need to try to combine all of that.
Well,
But I
I'm
think,
gonna take a stab, and if no one seconds it, then I know it failed.
all right,
But if we get a second, then I'm on the right pathway. So using the form that's here, I move that the planning commission forward the proposed definition for a short-term rental as written in section 1 of the proposed or STR ordinance dated July 2nd, 2025 to the Township Board with a favorable recommendation, period.
okay, is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Is there support?
It has support.
Moved by Smith, support by Birch. And I lost my page for the that I had scribbled on. We're making the recommendation. There it is. So we now have, I move that the planning commission forward the proposed zoning ordinance amendment dated July 2, 2025. Section
Section 1.
crap, this says section 1, but then the title of it is modify section 2.02.
Well,
Right,
fine.
so section 2.02 is the actual zoning ordinance, article 2 is all the definitions. So the section 1's just the, I guess, the sections of the proposal in front of you.
So
not
section 1 is this. So what the motion is to modify section 2.02 of the zoning ordinance to define short-term rentals as follows, and then there's that red section. All right.
Right.
Yes, that works.
Okay, that's the motion moved by Smith, supported by Birch. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've felt from the very beginning that one of the reasons that we are in this dilemma is the fact that we do not have or have not had in our zoning ordinance a definition of short-term rentals. This one appears in my mind to actually encapsulate what we want to call short-term rentals. And once we have this in our definitions, then we know what we have to work with for any future activity regarding short-term rentals. That's why I've been stifling myself to not propose this before Commissioner Smith did.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Could we move to the vote then? Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Trustee Abbott,
Yes.
Commissioner Birch,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurd,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayor.
Yes.
And Stroud votes yes, so that's 7 yes, no absent. All right. What would you like to do next?
Mr. Chair, I have a question just on
Yes, sir.
process here. In the package, we have 3 different suggested motions. On page 4 of 47, there are the 2 options, option 1 and option 2. And then over on page 18 of 47, there are suggested motions regarding, I believe, just ordinance 45. Are these 3 separate things that we need to effectively consider, or is that bit about 40? I'll just end the question there.
All right, so the first set of motions for option 1 and 2, they're combined. It was an either or. So you guys completed your task with that agenda item. The next set of motions is strictly for ordinance 45, in which you were asked to give the board input or some type of recommendation on that ordinance. Even though you're not formally, it's not a public hearing, the township board is going to be responsible for voting on it and adopting said ordinance.
Okay, then under that, it's an either or with option 1 or option 2, but option 2 is the one that looks at the concept of treating STRs as bed and breakfasts. Is that something that we as the board should state or, make a decision of whether or not we feel that is a good approach?
Well,
Is
one
that
problem with that, I guess, and now maybe under the current conversation, unless if we treat them as a bed and breakfast, but we want to restrict them from the zoning districts that bed and breakfasts are presently allowed, I think that would complicate it.
Possibly. Again, when I read this literally, just looking at it literally, the question here is, do we treat STRs like bed and breakfasts, presuming that that is with all the requirements of bed and breakfasts under the current zoning code?
Yeah, I'm not understanding the concept of how we would treat it that way. I'm more talking about the mechanics of if we did that, then I think it has some implications on the rest of the zoning ordinance or certain sections of it.
Okay.
But I don't know, maybe we didn't really get the presentation on how that would work, because maybe I'm just not understanding how would a short-term rental, Commissioner Mayor?
Sorry, was this another thing that went back to the fact that we were really focused on the lakefront properties where you're better off to have an owner in your short-term rental because it will keep things quiet and under control? Because to me, a short-term rental in an ag or commercial shouldn't need to have the owner in the house.
Yeah, I
just
don't
think it mixes
remember if we
concepts.
discussed that. I thought maybe that came from, something you guys did behind the scenes when you're trying to take all the discussion from last time and put it into a document. I don't recall, at least.
I did ask a question. I did ask a question
Okay.
had to do with accessory dwelling units
Oh,
and whether or
yeah.
not an owner in an ADU then would count as the on-premise.
Yeah,
for a bed and breakfast.
yeah.
So that could be
Okay.
what's the origin possibly of it.
Right.
Well, is that something we need to talk about? If it's something we need to talk about, do we need to talk about it tonight?
If we want to forward some zoning amendment or zoning text amendments to the township board, yeah, we would.
So My understanding of that would be if you have a lake residential property that's small, you could have the short-term rental in the front, if we treat them as bed and breakfast, and it's, and the owner in the AD, in the accessory dwelling unit, and that would be okay.
I think that would be the presumption under the concept that the property is already meets the requirements.
Of a bed and breakfast.
Oh, well, I guess there's that, but the other side of it is as a residential property in the lakefront residential district has to meet the requirements to have an ADU, enough room, enough location, enough setback, which probably means it's not the small, really tight lots.
Mr. Birch.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I see this discussion as being quite contradictory to our master plan because the master plan discourages, it's page 69 of the master plan, I don't remember the paragraph number right now, which says specifically that an owner living in an ADU to allow a short-term rental or a bed and breakfast to occur in the main residence of the property is to be discouraged. That's not an exact quote, but it gets the big pieces. So I see this whole discussion is actually violating the spirit, if not the letter of our master plan.
Yes, and the reason for that was that ADU, I mean, I don't know, we might be a little bit late to the concept, but the intent was that would be like, you know, the mother-in-law suite, you know, grandma needs to kind of move back home, and it allows a family to stay together, but have some autonomy, and it specifically, as you said, yeah, it was not to enable some more intense use of particularly lakefront properties.
Yes.
Yeah, so along those lines, it doesn't make much sense to me that we would expand the definition of a bed and breakfast to allow the owner occupied a different unit separated on the same piece of property. And I don't think we serve much purpose by getting into that tonight. But
So
I-
what I
go
was,
ahead.
the point of my original question was, do we need to take action on these other items? And it sounds like, at least this one, no. It's not
That's-
something that needs clarification from us. It's already in the master plan. Bed and
For
breakfast
bed and
are already in.
breakfast, yeah.
Yeah, the direction is in the master plan for bed and breakfasts. Zoning code has what it needs for bed and breakfasts, and they don't need guidance from us in understanding or interpretation or modification to bring those two in alignment.
So what I should maybe try to get some clarity on, we just took a vote about, to me, the main point of it was to allow short-term rentals in commercial where they could already be, with some review at least, and agriculture. And I understand at least some people voted against that because they thought maybe there was a better structure, I guess, to accomplish that. Was there anybody who was opposed to, I guess, A, allowing short-term rentals anyplace, and B, allowing them only in, essentially, we're allowing them only in ag, because I'm not sure that, I don't know, we're talking about commercial, but we're not changing anything there really. Unless you, I don't know. I can't even think of where that might apply in real life, but what we're mainly talking about is, should we limit these to ag? They're not gonna be in RR, they're not gonna be in Lake Residential. Did somebody have an issue with that?
I thought we already did that.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't do anything because that crashed and burned.
Well, I'd like to someone here, and I can't remember which one of you stated that thing about stating specifically that short-term rentals are allowed in agriculture zoning is a way to say, is a way to point out that No, it's not allowed on lakefront, lake residential. No, it's not allowed at rural residential. No, it's not allowed in PUD. So I think that doing it in agriculture, the zoning sends a message that this is where you can do it. It defines where it can be done. And so then I think it's a good, it's a blatant no on every other.
Yeah, so
Zoning.
purposes of moving this forward, I'm trying to understand, is that everybody's consensus that we're agreed that we're gonna allow it in ag? And then the question is, what's the best mechanism to do that? Or are we not in agreement? Maybe we shouldn't have short-term rentals any place in the township, then we don't need the mechanism. We just, hey, gang, we're done.
So as someone that voted no on the first, I will state that I do support the concept of short-term rentals in the appropriate place. My concern with the amount of modifications we were making was exactly, I think, what several people had said. These were crafted with the idea of restricting, or how does it work in very small lots? Ag is a whole different story. And so I just felt like what we were looking at, just trying to approve something to say yes, this wasn't quite there to support it. But if we had the right verbiage and standards in front of us, then yes, I would absolutely be supporting it, a way to do it.
Mr.
So can I, it may be the correct action to take is to postpone action. Because it sounds like we've changed our approach enough that we can't move forward with what we have. We need to postpone it and regroup and just work on ag, short-term rentals and ag.
I think that the zoning change part of it, we can take care of tonight. The ordinance 45 part of it is gonna be
Okay.
way beyond us, and if there's any, I understand, well, Alicia has better information than I do. I do understand that there's a whole modified summer schedule or August schedule for the Board of Trustees. And you're gonna devote a meeting specifically to
August
the
12th.
whole. So we should try to honor their intent best we can. And I think, given the discussion that we had, we can take care of the zoning part of this thing and kind of give that definition. And then you've gotten the gist of what we're trying to accomplish. You just come up with you just, like, it's simple, but you just come up with a new ordinance 45 that supports that.
Right. So.
And that doesn't come back to us, that goes to the August 12th public hearing.
That's correct. So I think ultimately tonight we should recommend something to the board. You already recommended this definition of short-term rentals. That's the first step, but sounds like it's going to be an unfavorable recommendation of the ordinance 45 and to come back to that. Like you said, ordinance 45 doesn't need to come back to the planning commission. But a lot of changes need to occur. And I don't think it's going to be a quick turnaround on some of these conversations that I've been hearing between commissioners. I think another option too is just to forward the definition, not recommend ordinance 45 and keep it prohibited until we decide to come back and readdress this.
So maybe this is a crazy question, but zoning ordinance lists all kinds of things. Like we just went over, I'm not sure what page I've got. I've still got general commercial district open, principal permitted uses, motel or hotel, special land uses, car wash, a whole bunch of other stuff. There are not township ordinances that put all the definitions and regulations in that. And maybe it gets, a little bit to what Commissioner Smith said earlier. What requires an ordinance 45 if there aren't all the intricacies of the setbacks and the densities and the occupancies and all of that? If we just allowed as some sort of a use, I'm not sure which category it ought to go in, but if we had a recommendation coming out of here tonight that short-term rental is a permitted use of some type in agriculture. That goes to staff for review. Presumably it comes to planning commission for, you know, some sort of approval. Just like one of these other, principal permitted use, I guess that's not a good example. Principal permitted use of hotel and commercial, but special land use as car wash. Somebody trying to put in a car wash, that's gonna go to you, it's gonna come to planning commission. What sets the definition of all of that stuff? You know, how, like I said, there's not an ordinance, a Dexter Township ordinance that if somebody wants to put in a car wash, here's all the stuff you gotta do. Why should there be a Dexter Township ordinance that says if somebody wants short-term rent a house that happens to be in an agricultural zoning district, that there's this whole other piece of legislation?
Right.
I'm
So,
kind of confused.
right. Zoning ordinance can define the use, list it as a principal use, special land use, accessory permitted use, and then we could create a brand new section under general provisions or specific use standards outlining the requirements for the establishment of such a use. It could all be tackled under a zoning ordinance and not a general ordinance, but I think
Because-
the intent was for enforcement, enforcing, these rules.
Because it was gonna be a lot more complicated and it was gonna be contentious in some areas and all of that. So could you not create administrative rules, kind of like the checklist that you have for somebody obtaining a building permit or somebody that wanted to put in a subdivision? You've got a list of requirements. If they meet those requirements, it comes to the planning commission and in some cases goes to the township board. It could be a cumbersome process in that case. But I think we're like an order of magnitude different from what we came into the meeting as a possible outcome that, okay, there's gonna be, two farms that might want to do, an Airbnb, if they've got the option available to them. Just trying to understand what must this process be versus what have we discussed that it ought to be versus, what the township board expects they're gonna be dealing with in a few weeks. And maybe, it's just because I'm not understanding something, but I'm not so sure that I can envision an ordinance that deals with, hey, if you want to do an Airbnb, a short-term rental on piece of ag land, that you got to have this big old ordinance that goes side by side with it. I think we
That's
can
right.
respect all the setbacks, all the lot sizes. You can already figure out, occupancy, that could be an administrative thing, but if you got this, and this, you got two
Right.
people per room, still has to be inspected by DAFD.
Well, if we were to define short-term rental and say they're limited to ag, because they're already okay in commercial, and move that
We
to
we
the.
define short-term rental, but then
Right.
permit it in ag,
Correct.
okay?
So then if we move that to the board, then Fletcher would then maybe try to figure out how to deal with what is the first step. Fletcher would try to figure out how to deal with this versus I don't feel like we have the bandwidth here right now to try to figure this out. I don't. I mean, if we need a separate ordinance versus can it just be added to the table in here somewhere?
Yeah, and I'm not sure we need to do all of that, but we do, if our intent and if our agreement, our consensus is that we haven't really voted on that issue. It was more of a structural thing, I think, but if the consensus of this body is that, yeah, we should allow these things in ag, I think we make the appropriate modifications to the zoning ordinance part of this thing that came to us where not that box, but it's okay in this box. We take out some of the stuff that was added in red that doesn't apply anymore. And that could go forward as a zoning text amendment, and somebody else figures out what all the details are that may be needed, if any, to support that.
Right.
Which is outside of, at least timing wise, it's nothing that would come to us unless the township board said, yeah, nice try, gang, but you know, this is totally different than what we thought we were dealing with, so can you kind of add some flesh to the bones?
If we wanted to make a broad motion without getting into a broad move without getting into the nitty gritty of it, I'd be willing to make a motion to add short-term rental to the table with permitted for AG and C. By
Yeah,
doing
on-
that,
On page 7 of 47, down toward the bottom, whatever that is, 3 boxes, 3 lines from the bottom where it has short-term rental in red. We would keep the red P under ag. We would remove the red P under RR, LR, and RC and keep the red P in C.
Yes.
And after that, I think it's relatively simple that wherever it was added that we don't want it anymore, we take the red out.
yeah, so at that point, then it's just a matter of dotting the i's and crossing the t's through the rest of it, but we would have stated our intention and interest in giving staff directive. But the other thing it does is by incorporating this now, then that gives the board the ability to do whatever they need to under 45 because they don't have to change the zoning code. We've already addressed the zoning code.
And I'd leave it to you guys, I think, to figure out where we strip out every place that says short-term rentals. I mean, we could go through our zoning ordinances, but we don't have the headings. I just trust you guys are gonna pull those out so they remain only in ag and only in commercial. And then we would skip over to what do we need to do? I think we then skip over to on page 10 of 47, down at the bottom, add 1704T to cross-reference township short-term rental ordinance. I think we do not deal with the lot area, at least not us, not here tonight, or the lot width. I'm a little bit unclear of how that affects, how our current discussion affects special event prohibited and definition of a special event. I don't think it affects doesn't change anything at all in number 4 about signage.
And my thought also is that if the board were to give input that we hadn't considered yet, or is asking for a different direction, that we would then have to come back and do some cleanup in the zoning code if it's different. But basically, by making this change, we are communicating to the board that we are interested in supporting ag, but we're doing it with the current agricultural requirements only. We're not weaving in other restrictions. If the board feels that there should be other additional restrictions, they can either add them or ask us to come back. But at this point, we're not trying to get into the minutia of all these different little things that could be different per zone or district, sorry.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm not sure how page 14 of 47, item D about no special events, I'm not sure how that might be affected. But then the next page, 15 of 47, I think we just strip out all of that red because we're not adding it under bed and breakfast, and short-term rental has already been defined. The motion that we did a little bit ago is already defined.
Mr. Chair, are you suggesting forwarding the 2 zoning ordinances over to the township board?
No, the bed and breakfast is a separate zoning ordinance piece, right?
Yeah.
So we would only be doing the one that affects Oh, I can't come up with my numbers here.
Yeah, so
Page 7.
starting on page 15, none of that applies.
Okay.
The red stuff in bed and breakfast doesn't apply.
Understood.
Yeah, so we just need to kind of clean up everything up to that we don't inadvertently create some. Now, most of that you guys can do because you'll go through, yeah, it doesn't apply to RR, it doesn't apply to LR, but I think you can come up with something on D about no special events. Maybe the definition of 10 or more is overly restrictive. And then I think it's probably beyond us, whether you require a license for any of that or not. That's, I think, more between you guys and what you want to recommend to the township board, what the format is, whether it's a standalone ordinance or simply modifications to the. But I think we can give them something that will communicate what we've discussed, and it may need something else that goes with it. But we will have communicated what the intent of the planning commission was.
Could we do that as simply as just adding it in Article 4, which is what this table on page 7 is? And that's it. We only make the change in the schedule of use, and then staff is able to clean up what all these other things that are here that are again, it's dotting the i's and crossing the t's for the board.
I think so. But what were you saying? Did you say Article 4?
So on page 7 of 4, this table.
Oh, hang on, what page of the packet is that?
Page
That-
7
page
of
7.
47.
Oh,
No,
it's 7 of 47, okay, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
there.
So that table is
But I'm not-
technically Article 4 in
Okay.
the zoning code.
Okay,
And everything else on the following pages on page 8, 9, 10, etc., is in
Mhm.
different articles.
okay,
So if we were to only make the modification to Article 4 for the table, then like I said, I hate to say it, let you clean up our mess. Whatever other changes needed to be made in the different articles then is what would then be taken to the board or to the public hearing.
yeah, you're gonna keep short-term rentals in ag and commercial, you're gonna remove it from all these other sections that are not ag and commercial.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
And then when we get to 10 of 47, you're gonna still
Revise.
reference, I guess, ordinance 45 unless that goes away sometime, but from our perspective, I don't think that one matters, and you're gonna get rid of or redefine lot area.
The lot area
There's
or
ag,
dimensions and
There
then
can
the,
be some complications in ag, commercial, I think. Probably no complications.
And I'm looking at Alicia only because my thought to the board is we're not necessarily getting into what the licensing / permitting / costs of doing this are, but that is something that, am I correct, that it kind of falls under their purview? And so they could then address how they want to approach that. And if the board were to say, we don't feel we can afford this at all, there's no way to do it, then effectively they're also able to squash whatever we put out. But oh yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Sorry.
No, I think all that made sense to me.
So if that's the case, should I? I'm gonna see
Yeah,
if I can
we'd be
craft,
ready. We'd be ready for that, sure.
I'm gonna see if I can do this again on the fly
Yeah.
and craft another motion. See if I can keep this really simple. So I move that the planning commission modify Article 4 of the zoning ordinance dated 2020, wait, that's good enough, to include short-term rentals as permitted uses in AG and C only. Period.
All right, that was your motion.
That is my motion.
Is there support?
I'll support Mayor.
Moved by Smith and supported by Mayor to recommend to the Township Board modification to the zoning ordinance of Article 4 to allow short-term rentals in ag and commercial zoning districts only.
I think he added as a permitted use. I'm not sure if that's important.
Is that
And
a
do we
critical-
want to,
I don't know that we're really talking about a permitted use, are we?
No.
Isn't that the wording? The wording in the table right now, if you look at the color codes, P in green is permitted use. So I'm using-
Won't it depend on whether there's an ordinance 45 to go with it? It could be permitted, I guess, if it will have to comply with ordinance 45, but it might be some sort of special use if there is no ordinance 45 and there are a lot of boxes to check on. Is this okay to do before you give them some sort of a permit?
right, so there needs to be some standards as a part of this being a permitted use.
Yeah.
The board will need to consider the zoning ordinance amendment, obviously, and then either recommend I draft a specific use provision for STRs in the zoning ordinance and bring it back to you guys, or they go ahead with a standalone general ordinance and
Yeah, and I'm no expert in how that ought to be. It just seems to me that maybe the general ordinance that we're calling 45 is overkill because you're gonna have a list of 12 items or something that if you comply with that, you get your permit, unless it's more complicated than that and it has to come back to planning commission for like site plan approval. But guess I'm only thinking along those lines because that was Corman Farms, but they had a specific issue where due to they are made up of several parcels of property, and the one that they wanted to put their building on, I don't remember, it was a lot coverage or a building coverage issue and maybe a setback issue or something like that. Yeah, otherwise they wouldn't have come here. Yeah, so maybe.
If the motion was vague and didn't state what kind of use, is the board then able to define the use? Because I do believe what Commissioner Straub is saying is correct, that we do need to have some kind of an idea of what we're allowing. And the question then, does it become a special use that requires that process, or is it just a straight up permitted use with a set of standards?
Was
that don't
before us that I hadn't questioned until a second ago was that it was just going to be a permitted use in whatever district that it was going to be allowed in.
Except we don't have standards if that's the case.
And that's kind of where I'm getting hung up. Are those standards going to be something inside the zoning ordinance, or do they need to be a standalone ordinance? And I think permitted use becomes simpler for us if it references this other ordinance. I think special use may be simple for us because I think that's mostly done administratively, but if it's a permitted use that is self-contained within the zoning ordinance, then I think we've got a lot of things that we need to pull in from elsewhere. Some of it, most of it in this ordinance. Yes, ma'am.
It seems to me that we are making a big decision that this is only allowed in ag and commercial. It's going to take it out of lake residential, which is the biggest issue to my mind. And I think at this point, it'd be better just to say, because it's in the table as a permitted use, say this is what we're recommending. permitted use ag commercial and let the board decide if that's okay, because the board could come back and say, no, we need to have like residential in there too. They're representing the whole township and they might have a different view. So if they came back and said that, then we'd have to go back to 45 with standards and width and, adjacency. So I almost feel like we should need to get their opinion on limiting to these two districts before we worry about what standards we're gonna have to have. Because if they disagree with us, then we're starting over again.
Yes, I agree with all of that. My question then would be, what we've done so far tonight, I think, works because we defined these things and we haven't allowed them any place yet. But if we go forward with the motion that's on the table and that gets forward to the township board, and say, okay, yeah, we can go with that. It's going to be ag and commercial as a permitted use. What are all the details behind it?
But at that point, couldn't we say that, it might be for Fletcher to work with the board on those standards versus the planning commission? Or I guess to my mind, at this point, because I've looked at the Airbnb sites, I'm not sure there's anything in the ag districts at this point. I think it's all rural residential
Okay.
So we don't even know what the standards might be in an ag district. I mean, I don't know that there are any or that we've thought about it. So it just seems to me like we couldn't opine at this point about what they should be.
So I
That's a
think the
big-
two possibilities, the way this goes forward is we could, I think, deal with it completely tonight if we assume that there has to be this standalone general ordinance that's going to support whatever this is. It's got all the intricacies of the regulations and stuff. If we think it would be contained in the zoning ordinance, I don't think it would be appropriate, and the township board would probably kick it back to us anyhow. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to leave all of those blanks and let them, or expect that they would modify the zoning ordinance in a way that's consistent with, that's what they've delegated to us. They might inadvertently create some other issue.
What blanks are you talking about?
How this is going to be administered, what are the requirements that you have to, well, the applicable parts of the proposed ordinance 45. A lot of which probably doesn't apply because it was focused on, high density around the lakes. But you
Right.
still have all the provisions of how many bedrooms does this permit? DAFD is going to do some sort of inspection and have to comply with that. On ag, we're probably not dealing with either the sewer authorities,
Right.
but probably would still have some sort of component of a registered sanitarian is going to have to bless that the septic system is okay for, commercial use essentially. So the part that I'm kind of struggling with though, is that, well, that's already in a lot of the other things. We permit a dog kennel, or it's a special land use dog kennel, commercial kennel in general commercial zoning. And nowhere do we address that, got to have a special system that's going to flush out the blah, blah, blahs and all of that. So that's where I kind of keep going back and forth. Why do you need an ordinance 45, at least if we're only going to permit this in a couple of areas that are kind of flexible, versus we've got to lay out all the detail because there's so much opportunity for it to be misconstrued or abused in a higher density location. Yet nowhere else, almost nowhere else in the zoning ordinance do we get into that kind of detail, nor is there, a whole book full of standalone ordinances that support, you can have a gas station, you can have a car wash, you can have a convenience store,
Right.
Where do we end with this?
I think I recommend not sending a vague motion to the board. I would recommend sending your recommendation, It sounds like it's unfavorable because there's so many changes that are being proposed here tonight. I think what I've heard has made things simpler but more complicated at the same time, and we need to circle back on this. I think you could potentially forward an unfavorable recommendation of the zoning ordinance, but set a future agenda item to include standards for short-term rentals in just the ag and commercial districts. I think that's one recommendation you could do, but I think sending a vague motion might complicate things. And letting the board fill in the blanks might make the wheels spin a little bit.
Yeah, I
send it
don't,
back and forth.
I don't think we serve anybody a purpose if we leave them too many blanks to fill in. I'm not talking about, is this a 5 or is this a 3 or whatever, but you know, the kind of the conceptual things. But I'm also kind of struggling with, they seriously gonna have a whole public hearing because we just defined what a short-term rental is? You know, we haven't.
I don't have my old packet here, but I thought at the last meeting, we had standards in there that were different from what Fletcher has proposed tonight about how many square feet to a bedroom, like 70 square feet for a bedroom. So there was that ordinance and we didn't move that forward. And then essentially, I think what we're doing at this point is going with Putnam Township, and Putnam Township ordinance has a lot of that in there already. So we might be able to just use a lot of this as a, say, potential ordinance, or, yeah, because I mean, Hamburger's proposed, and we're not going to go with Hamburg, but Putnam is where we're leaning at this point. It seems like we could maybe suggest Putnam could be a starting or jumping off point for whatever standards we would want to propose for our ag district.
Well, we could stop here and we could have staff take all of that conversation, everything you just said, and come back to us with what that format ought to be, whether it's totally in the zoning ordinance or whether it's partially in the zoning ordinance and it's supported by a different ordinance, kind of like Putnam, standalone general ordinance. And that would be the subject of our next meeting. And I don't know if that requires another public hearing. I think it's changed significantly, so it's probably better off to have it as a public hearing. That.
Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
to just help me understand, the motion that's on the table right now, if it referenced 45, whatever, article, whatever, ordinance 45, we already know, so that addresses that we want some kind of standards, the licensing, the administrative elements, that we know the board has to address already. That gives the board then the opportunity to address whatever they need to do under 45. And because we had, did we have development standards within 45 area? Who does what? What the point I was trying to get at is maybe by just referencing 45, then whatever the board does with 45 to tell us that they're interested, yes or no. And then also if they're willing to have these administrative processes, yes or no. And then from there, they could refer it back to us to define the actual development standards.
Yeah, except I expect our next item of business after we dispose with the current motion that's on the floor will be to recommend disapproval, or however it's worded, of the proposed ordinance 45. Because it doesn't accomplish what we needed to anymore.
Well, the reason in my mind we would be recommending it unfavorably is just because it needs to be modified. And we can include that in the recommendation. That's just because it needs to be modified. Trusting that it's modified to the board's, well, I was gonna say trusting that it's modified to the board's comfort, but also the point is to elicit the discussion in the public hearing from the public. So there is something to be able to discuss and respond to. And like tonight, we had more people come and participate, and maybe that would help to get people participating. But because it's just a hearing, the board doesn't have to adopt anything specific within that, I believe, but they could still direct us to refine it with a few guidelines if they wanted to give an opinion.
Aside from the fact that they already have that on their calendar and they've kind of got August mapped out, it seems like that's gonna be a waste of time. What maybe makes more sense, I'm not sure this is a great idea, but what maybe makes more sense is that at our next meeting, these guys come back with something that's taken, incorporated all of this. They can decide whether it's a standalone ordinance that supports the zoning changes, but we'll still have this, or we can do this tonight, I guess. But I'm not sure that we have anything that should go to the township board for a public hearing. Their main public hearing would be on the standalone ordinance. They don't need a public hearing on the proposed zoning change from us. They just yay or nay it at their meeting. What their public hearing would be, which is not what our public hearing was tonight, is whatever the standalone ordinance is.
If in our recommendation to them, we're telling them that this is the ordinance for agricultural and commercial only.
Yes.
That's what elicits then the discussion of should it be included in lake residential or rural residential, and get that brought up in the public hearing portion of it.
So tonight we can dispense with the motion that's before us. I anticipate that we will recommend disapproval of ordinance 45 as it's written. We transmit to the township board, but it would really be to their, well, I guess it would be that same meeting. So it's a for real township board meeting. It's just a special meeting for public hearing, right? Right. So they'd still be empowered to make the changes, yay or nay, that we're going to propose to the zoning ordinance. And you guys figure out what the standalone ordinance needs to be to support that. Part that I'm not comfortable with is if what those guys, after they've reviewed all this, they said, no, what we really need is some more stuff in the, maybe not a standalone ordinance, but we need some more stuff for the zoning ordinance. Then I think we've just kind of gummed up the works.
Can I-
Maybe we're trying to hit that artificial target too hard.
My understanding of what we're done here tonight, we're gonna put 20 Airbnbs out of business, essentially. And I think
That's
those are the
big news.
people that are gonna show up at that board meeting on the 12th, and that's their last shot to change the board's mind. And I think I don't think the board is gonna have time to worry about, they'll know they'll need standards, but to go into really like, we have this standard versus this standard, I think that's gonna be and it's also gonna be people that maybe wanna have an Airbnb or something. I think that's gonna be the big ticket item, is our restriction to these two districts. I think that's gonna be the whole, and I could be wrong. But I
But
think
what
that's
will,
gonna be the topic.
but what will the board's public hearing be? It's not gonna be this ordinance 45. It's gonna be some new ordinance 45 that you guys are gonna put together.
But wouldn't it be their chance to change the board's mind on our decision? I think that's the public hearing. And maybe I'm using the term.
Well, they can do
public
that,
hearing
they
wrong.
can do that at a regular meeting, but if my understanding is the public hearing was going to be for that ordinance, and we don't know what that ordinance ought to say yet, if we leave this meeting, we're not gonna rewrite that ordinance. But if we leave this meeting and you guys determine that, we're gonna change this, this, and this, that is then what goes to them for their public hearing.
So from my recollection, talking with some board members and the supervisor, the August 12th meeting is going to be a public hearing, but no action is going to be taken. So the PC could recommend we adopt a zoning ordinance allowing STRs and ag and commercial, and we clean up this ordinance to accommodate those, and you task us with figuring out the changes to this general ordinance to show the board at the upcoming meeting. There can be a full discussion around that, and then potentially action taken in September on both zoning ordinance and the standalone ordinance 45.
So has the township board, no, it's not on the calendar. The agenda is not on the calendar. As you were saying that, I was wondering, well, what is that August 12th meeting advertised as? Do they need a document for a public hearing, or you can just have general discussion on a public hearing?
Ultimately, the board just wanted more public input. That was the whole goal of the special
So it's
meeting.
more like community engagement than
Correct.
they're going to seek public comment on a particular document.
Correct. It would be nice if there was something to reference and a discussion along, the changes that we discussed tonight. But it's to get more public input.
So with the motion that's on the table that, cleans up all of this stuff, limited only to ag and commercial. And we acknowledge that that has a huge effect on the proposed ordinance 45. You guys can feed the township board or whatever they need for their meeting in August. That would be a public hearing, whether there's a new ordinance 45 or not. Nothing else. It's a general discussion on, is that the direction that they want the township to go? All right, so on that basis, are you okay with we presumably pass the motion that's on the floor, the modifications to this stuff? And essentially that's all we're producing out of this meeting tonight. We'll negatively recommend ordinance 45 as it's written. That's the next item of business, but so we have defined what a short-term rental is, and we've expressed our desire to permit them in only ag and commercial. And we won't have any, whatever needs to get fleshed out with that, you guys will do. But if it ends up that there are more modifications or something to be, added to the zoning ordinance, I guess they can still have their public hearing, and then it gets kicked back to us for our August meeting.
Right. So, that works for me. If you task staff with amending the zoning ordinance in front of you today to include the discussions we had in the night, so ag and commercial, and Xing out anything that's contradicting that, and then drafting, or then you would essentially recommend an unfavorable recommendation of ordinance 45 and task staff with, figuring out how we're going to amend that, or if we're going to even have one at all.
And there was never any action planned for the August 12th meeting, so it's not like they will yay or nay or modify these two zoning amendments that we're going to send them.
I think
That then would be in this September
it's-
meeting.
Yeah, I think it's so important to get some sort of feedback from the board, because
Right.
we don't know if they, as a board, are expecting some type of STR ordinance, or if they're totally against it and are just willing to prohibit them. Like, I feel like we have no idea what direction they're going. I feel like including ag, this is just my personal opinion, including ag, we're doing everything we can to prohibit them. We're just throwing it at ag just to throw it there. At this point, I'd rather just prohibit them and allow them in commercial by right. And I know that I just don't really understand fully why we're allowing them in ag, just in ag. There's no fairness to it for any of the short-term rental owners that are out there currently. No fairness to it at all. They don't even get chance to apply. So I'd rather just prohibit them in general if it's gonna go in that direction.
Well,
And that's
Yeah,
just my point of view, and so I'm not gonna vote in favor of ag and commercial, and that's just where I'm at with it. I'd rather prohibit it all, or look at it more broadly and incorporate it a little bit more broadly. If you're gonna include a little bit of residential, then open it up a little bit more than just those few in ag. Cause it just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think I mostly get your points. And this is not where I anticipated we were gonna be tonight. I thought it was, we were either gonna be going through all of the details because the majority thought it was a good idea, or, yeah, we're just gonna outright reject it and wasn't gonna be allowed anywhere. I'm comfortable with where we are, that, a commercial was kind of a non-thing because you could do it whenever. But I'm comfortable with limiting it to ag. And I kind of take issue with the fairness aspect of it. Cause I think that's what we're saying, that we don't think these are appropriate for the lake lots. Now, might there be some situation where, one of these would be less of an issue than in other locations? Yeah, maybe, but that's kind of the nature of every regulation. You know, I could have a junkyard in the middle of a 1,000-acre field and probably not affect anybody, but it's not good policy. So
I know, that's why I say everyone has a different
yeah,
perception, because people come to Dexter Township for certain amenities. They love the amenities of the lakes, of the recreation, and they're coming for those amenities. They're not just coming for the 40-acre farm out in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Oh, well, absolutely.
but we're not preventing anybody from coming out and enjoying lakes. Almost every lake in Dexter Township has a public boat launch. Many of them have campgrounds.
Absolutely.
You know, there are other ways to enjoy the lake. What I think we're saying, or at least my intent in all of this is, we're not putting our homeowners at a disadvantage because somebody next to them wants to do something. And I'm not sure where the perfect justice is in all of that. You know, ideally, everybody would coexist peacefully. But however this thing evolves without ever being permitted, I think has the potential for overburdening the lakes, the infrastructure, the neighborhood. Each neighborhood has a personality, and it's got more personality when you're, you know, your bedroom window is 20 feet away from the neighbor's kitchen window. That's what I think we should protect in all of this.
Yeah. But the ordinance as proposed tonight, brought it down to nine units,
Well,
nine homes.
and maybe the 1% never should have applied across all categories either.
I know, and
But
that was the one feedback we got from a trustee, is to put caps on residential. And
But you know, the 9, I don't know, what are the odds we're gonna have anybody with ag property
None.
wanna do, yeah.
I know.
You know, they're
Zero.
busy trying to make a go of it
I
with their
know.
ag property, so. Yeah, I
So
think
that's fine.
I get your point, though.
I don't wanna,
Some
we
ways
don't
it'd
need
be
to,
cleaner than
yeah,
apps, just.
you don't need to debate it to death, yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? We do have a motion on the floor, and I think I can repeat it. It was moved by Smith, supported by Mayor, to modify Article 4 to allow short-term rentals in ag and commercial zoning districts only. And I think the unstated part of that is that staff will clean up the document accordingly.
I heard Smith say as permitted uses in ag. Are we?
Is that different from what I just said?
Said, as permitted uses in ag.
I just said to allow short-term rentals in ag and commercial only. As permitted use, to allow short-term rentals as permitted uses in ag and short-term rental only. Thank you. Sean, that still sound right to you after all that time?
I'm considering pulling a Commissioner Barry. Um, my concern is exactly as well, and same with Commissioner Hurd. It only applies to 9. I like the and that presumes that there's caps, which is because it was a comment. There's just so much more discussion that needs to occur. I don't feel like we're at a consensus anywhere, not just even within this board, but let alone the trustees, public. I mean, one of the things that bothered me today is that people had not heard anything about what we've been doing, which reiterates that we need to get this out there. And I just keep thinking the public hearings are our only mechanism to do it. And if that means lobbing something out there that's a little bit not polished and a little bit weird, 9, that maybe that is at least a way to get the conversations started. It's not the way I like to do things. I like to have it very clean, very black and white. And so I guess that said, I will vote yes, because I want public conversation to happen. And I recognize, and I have no pride involved, that if the board goes the complete opposite direction, or this board goes the complete opposite direction, that's fine. We're so right in the middle. I just want to make sure that the discussions happen.
See, I don't have a big problem with where we are, although it was not anticipated. Not by me anyhow, but the issue itself has been in the Sun-Times News, both online and in the print editions. I didn't verify, I didn't see in the paper myself, but I presume that we did, in fact, I should have asked this question at the beginning of the meeting, not at the end. We did in fact have proper legal notice of the public hearing, so now it's the same publication, so whoever gets it, and whoever doesn't, but I know the Lakes associations and various groups have talked about it amongst themselves, so I don't think that it's for lack of people paying attention to what's going on. I would expect that anybody who read about that, oh, Dexter Township is either going to do this or they're not going to do it. Not that they're going to do it only for ag. But I don't think that presents a problem.
And I absolutely hope that that is exactly the case. This is the last opportunity, or the big opportunity. And I hope that the public will come and speak their mind either way, incoherent, well-organized thoughts. And so that we don't end up having to be the jury, but that does come out. But again, just an opportunity for the public to say, because this does have a big impact for now. The other element that I look at this is we're still waiting for what the state of Michigan is going to do eventually. There's so many other things that could change this over the next few years. I have a feeling this topic will be back, but that we as a township should at least have a stated position that gives the residents and us as residents a basis to work from.
I kind of expect that if the state was going to do something about it, they would have already, because it's been kicking around for years. I think it's one of those issues where elected officials are going to hack off some percent of their constituency, regardless of which way they go. And what's the upside to them in dealing with it? Now, kind of along those same lines, as has been expressed by multiple people, we're not going to know anything from our own township board until they start dealing with this. Yeah, it might be, we've talked for 3 hours tonight, and in the end, I say, what the heck are you guys talking about? You're not going to do them in any lake, any place, no matter what. So maybe it comes back to us whether we want it or not. I don't know.
So after their public hearing, are they gonna have some discussion? Some discussion to provide us some feedback?
I'm sure there will be some discussion. I just don't believe, like Fletcher said, there just won't be any action taken.
Right. So could our action tonight just be postponement until after that hearing? Since that is one of the suggested motions?
But I think, don't we need to at least provoke the discussion with the ag commercial motions?
It seems like it to me, even if what we do tonight causes big outcry at that public hearing, that's at least been the communication of our thoughts. Rather than have another open-ended discussion where, hey, people, what do you want us to do?
I'll point out that the motion's still open. It might not go forward. We haven't voted, so. I guess Sean Smith did,
Anybody have any further on anything further on the motion? I think Janice, with her corrections, has stated it better than I did the last time around. So in that case, let's just go to a roll call vote. Smith,
Yes.
Abbott,
Yes.
Birch,
No.
Hurd,
No.
Barry,
Yes.
Mayor,
yes.
and Stroud votes yes. That's 5 yes, 2 no, no absent. The no's were Birch and Hurd, was that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So I think given the previous discussion, that's all we do on action item 7A. You guys clean up the rest. That's the zoning ordinance portion of that.
Correct.
So we will scream right along to 7B, recommendation to the township board on the proposed general ordinance number 45, short-term rental regulation to define and allow short-term rentals, STRs, and to establish permitting standards. And I think that's set of, is that page 40 something? Where the heck was that? The sample, no, I'm way off.
Page 18
Page
of
19
47.
actually started.
19 of 47.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, that part, I was looking for the, yeah, 18, that's what you just said, Fletcher. 18 is the, action requested on ordinance 45. Anybody care to, make a motion?
Yeah, this is the one that I was thinking of the postponement until we after.
Oh, gotcha.
After we got feedback, not the zoning part.
Yeah, I got you. We could postpone it. I don't know, Fletcher, what do you think? I'm kind of thinking that it doesn't do any good to postpone it because we know that the thing as it's written is dead in the context of our discussion. It could be totally resurrected after the township board, expresses a different opinion.
I think an unfavorable recommendation in its current form, and maybe add reasons why, it needs to reflect the changes made tonight for the zoning ordinance, et cetera.
Anybody care to take that and put it into a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
and I am not prepared to offer this as a motion. However, there are some paragraphs in here that do have implication in Michigan tax law, and having spent 20 years of paying Michigan tax on tangible and accommodations properties, I would like to share with Mr. Rayner my experience, which will change some specific items in here, but will not affect the whole thrust of the document itself. Just make it more compatible for what Michigan law actually says. And that's, I'm just offering my experience to Mr. Rayner for that purpose.
You weren't expecting anything actionable right now, right?
No,
Just offering some
I was just
consultant,
making that
right?
offer to Mr. Rayner.
Anybody, ready to make a motion on this?
I will do it. I move that the planning commission forwards the proposed zoning ordinance amendment dated July 2nd, 2025 to the township board with an unfavorable recommendation because of the changes made to the zoning ordinance at the today's meeting, whatever date it is.
July 22nd.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought it might be the 23rd.
Almost.
We're here for a couple more hours.
What,
Yeah.
can you say the last part of that again, please? Unfavorable recommendation,
Because
because,
of the changes made to the zoning ordinance during tonight's planning commission meeting on July 22nd. Is that sufficient? How about changes regarding allowable districts for STRs?
Could just like changes to the Article 4.
Yeah.
When we amended that motion, did not just say zoning ordinance before.
Yes.
okay, what I captured in all of that is Mayor moved to the planning commission forward draft ordinance number 45 dated July 2, 2025 to the township board with an unfavorable recommendation because of the changes made regarding Article 4 allowable zoning districts made to the zoning ordinance at the July 22 planning commission meeting. Is that all accurate? Is there support for that?
I'll support.
Moved by Mayor, supported by Smith. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's take a vote. Smith,
Or voting for unfavorable. Yes.
Abbott,
Yes.
Birch,
Yes.
Hurd,
Yes.
Barry,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
Stroud votes yes. Somehow I look, I was missing somebody. All right, that brings us to item 8, discussion items. We have no discussion items on the agenda tonight. Approval of the planning commission minutes of the June 24, 2025 meeting. It'd be too much of a pain if the packet could be maybe stapled together, so we got like discrete documents on this. I know it might waste part of a piece of paper, but like in this case, as I was taking mine apart, I was going to separate them, and then I realized, well, the first page of the minutes is really on the last page of ordinance 45. And I wasn't able to cleanly do that.
You want page breaks between
I think
items on the
that would be
agenda?
good, and yeah, you guys don't need to staple them, but any of us who want to staple them.
You prefer single-sided? So you can kind of like lay them out side by side? Or
I'm fine with double-sided, as long as, like in this case, the minutes stood alone in their own document. First page isn't attached to the back of something, the last page isn't attached to the front of something.
Yeah, moving forward, I can do that. I'll do page breaks before each agenda item. And then you also made me think I'll add a copy of the public notice itself to the
Excellent.
packet.
Please and thank
It
you.
was published in the Sun Times, but I'll include that in the
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that, because I've never mentioned that to you, but I don't know, a few years ago, we did have an issue where I tried to look for them in the paper, and I'd have copies, so I at least knew that we were totally legit. And then I couldn't find them. and staff said, well, of course we published it. Well, that's when we first figured out that I think it was a fairly new thing, but sometimes had split their various areas. So if you were in the Dexter area, you would get it. If you were in the Pinckney part of Dexter Township, the Chelsea part of Dexter Township, you never saw it. I think all that's been corrected now. I'm not sure if that means we're in several editions or if they've combined them. I don't know, but we should keep track of that. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So,
I have an edit.
okay,
Under 12, where it had concerns by Commissioner Mayer, it says, I was concerned that there were no public members of the township present. Actually, there were a few public members. I put a few public members. And my recollection is that there were actually 5 members present, and it's actually the same 5 people sitting here right now. And 4 to 10, so I'm giving y'all a huge shout out for your dedication, your interest, and thank you for being here. But I would change no public members to a few. There are only a few public members.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Birch.
on item 9, motion by Abbott, seconded by Burst to approve the meeting minutes of May 27th as amended. Motion carried 5-0. Who were the 2 people that bailed out because we had all 7 planning commission members present?
Good catch. Thank you. I had on, this is packet page 36, the first page of the minutes. Number 5, public comment, typo in Mr. Spiegel's name. And then the next line should say Board of Trustees instead of Board of Trustee. It's just a typo, stick an S in there. And on the next page down at the bottom, Ginny Morgan, I'm sorry.
Spiegel's name, what was the second?
Okay, the second full line where it says Board of Trustee.
Okay,
Just-
under Joe Spiegel's.
Yes, yeah, just make that Board of Trustees. And then you ready to go to the bottom of the next page, Sour Drive, there's just a typo in spelling of sour.
There's also, how is sour spelled?
S-A-U.
Okay, because it's also in number 5, there's an extra R in there also.
Oh, I'll be darned. Yeah, it's yeah, it's incorrect in both of those and it's correct on number 13. Yeah, thank you. Anybody have anything else on the minutes? If not, could we have a motion to approve the minutes of the June 24th meeting as modified?
So moved.
Moved by Birch, their
Second.
support
Second.
by Abbott. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. And I'm not sure that approval of the short-term rental committee minutes, why is that thing for planning commission?
I included it in tonight's agenda because the short-term rental committee is disbanded and can't approve their own minutes. And I thought the most appropriate body to approve them would be the planning commission, because you've been so involved with the committee recommendation throughout the past few meetings.
I don't know what the legal implications are of a body dissolving itself before it's approved its final minutes, but you know, typically the approval of minutes is kind of a pro forma thing. See me, and even people who were absent from the meeting can, like our minutes, if you're absent from this meeting, you can still vote on approving the minutes if you believe them to be, you know, an accurate record of what happened, even though you were not present. That's, you know, that's a real thing. But I'm not sure I can extend that to this, where while 2 of us at least were on the committee, the rest of us wouldn't have any clue as to whether or not there was even a meeting that day. So I don't know, you know, this body can do whatever you want. I'm just not sure there's precedent for one body approving the minutes of another body. The township board maybe would be the appropriate place because that was a function of the township board. That is not under the auspices in any way of the planning commission. So
Okay.
I would recommend we don't do anything with that. Correspondence.
Handful of documents on your desk today. We received correspondence from Brenda Donaldson, Robert Smith, Joe and Ginny Beagle, or Ginny Morgan, and Kurt Kowalski. Butchered that, I apologize. I also did add supplemental material from myself, just outlining some of the lake residential properties that met dimensional requirements of a half acre or more.
Yeah, I've got a question on that in a second. Yeah, some of these look like they are real recent additions, but a couple of these documents are dated over a week ago. I don't know when you actually got them, but especially, you know, some of the thicker documents, if we can have those ahead of time, you can distribute them to us by email. We just all need to be mindful that we don't want to respond to that and engage as a body, asking you questions or asking each other questions or expressing opinions outside the view of the public. But it would be helpful if we had all those comments as far in advance as you can accommodate. And the inventory list that you put together, thank you for doing that. Interesting stuff. My question is, I assume that all these properties, they're in the zoning district stated, but they're not all waterfront.
Correct.
Do you have any idea how many of these are? Because the desirability, you know, somebody wanting to do a short-term rental, I'm guessing is much more likely to be waterfront than a back lot. So I'm not
I would say
really sure how to analyze
it was
this.
pretty split, and I could get you an exact answer on that. But there was quite a lot of
Okay.
lakefront properties that actually met that requirement, especially along North Lake and on Dexter Pinckney Road.
Might be somewhat of a moot point now, but yeah, if it's not too much hassle, I think that might be an interesting piece of data for us. Thank you. Any other correspondence?
No.
Township Board Trustees update.
Okay, well, the August 19th Board of Trustee meeting has been canceled. That is to accommodate the August 12th public hearing on short-term rentals. On August 27th, the Board of Trustees will meet again for a strategic planning session. You're all welcome to join. At the meeting, the board agreed to move into the negotiation stage with Single Hauler. And that is to just, kind of work out all the details. It doesn't mean that Single Hauler goes through, it just means they now will start the negotiation of all the little details. We have a new operational statement on how complaint information is handled. People who file a complaint with the township, you are still under the Freedom of Information Act. However, that is the only way to obtain complaint information as now. That we will keep your information private moving forward, and it will only be released when somebody files a valid Freedom of Information Act application. And we are going to be signing with BlackRock Technologies to update our computer infrastructure, the potential of possibly trustees, the board going to tablets instead of killing an entire tree for every meeting. So that's basically the news.
Any questions? Thank you, trustee Abbott. Concerns of planning commission members, director of planning and zoning, township supervisor, reporting secretary, staff, any issues?
I forgot to mention one last piece of correspondence. It's the last page of the packet, but Webster Township is preparing a 5-year Parks and Rec plan. They do not have a draft yet, but once a draft is completed, they'll distribute it to all the townships for their review and comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Mayor?
I think a while ago, we had talked about getting an updated copy of the zoning ordinance with all the changes that have been made. And I didn't know if that had been worked on at all, or if it was something in the.
Sure.
in the public.
I can print out brand new ordinance for everyone. The ordinance on the website is up to date currently with all the previous amendments the commission has looked at.
Now that we've got something pending,
We wait.
yeah, I don't know. That's kind of how we got to that point, isn't it?
Also, is the zoning map up to date, or is that?
The zoning map is up to date on the website.
Okay.
I actually found a couple discrepancies that I had cleaned up. There was a lake in Stinchfield Woods that didn't exist.
Hmm.
And a couple other funky things that didn't make any sense, but we got it cleaned up.
Okay.
I think that was on there quite some time ago, and we may have come across it during the master plan. But I thought, not that I've looked at it for a long, long time on the website, but I thought that should already have gotten picked up.
I have a suspicion that with some of the updates recently over the past couple of years, maybe that old
Something
map
reverted to,
somehow
okay.
came back into play.
Yeah.
But what's on the website now is as accurate as it can be.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Barry?
No.
Bird?
None.
Birch?
Nothing.
Abbott?
Nothing.
Smith?
Nothing.
The only, I'll wait till future agenda items. Ms. Miller?
We've reached the 4-hour mark. I think we're 3 minutes.
Almost, yeah, almost.
We can do it.
Anything else? Public comment, anybody want to have another go at us?
I want to thank the committee.
Thank you.
Lawyers.
Well, thank you for hanging in there with us.
Joe, this is not a committee.
No.
Board.
Thank you.
For commission.
Linda Salbert again, 8680 Dexter Pinckney Road. A couple of times, and in even our committee meetings, the short-term rental committee meetings, comments have been made about where are the people? Is this information getting out there? So I will tell you that I've checked around quite a bit on that because it really disturbed me. This meeting in particular was noted in the Loop newsletter that went out to everybody in the township. I saw several Facebook posts on Pinckney community type websites, Dexter Township type websites. And I am floored every time when it gets up and nobody says anything. And then when I am out meeting people in public, you may have experienced it. People will say, oh, I'm so opposed, or I absolutely want it. And I say, please come to the meetings and have your voice heard. And they don't show up. And I do not understand it. I really don't. So it is publicized. I don't know what is going on in the township that people don't feel that they can be involved. I did have a couple people say to me, what does it matter what I say? Which that made me a little sad, but I did want to tell you that. And gosh, once again, you guys have looked at this every way you can look at it. All good comments, a lot of empathy. It is a tough, tough thing. And you saw that heated stuff? Imagine that when they're not in a room to behave in a public forum, when it hits neighbor to neighbor and it escalates. It's tough, but thank you for taking it on. We'll see what happens next. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment will be closed. Future agenda items, I just want to remember, and it kind of came up tonight, again, we still have to dispose of that original petition from October. I suppose that could come to us anytime. That's all I can think of. Motion to adjourn would be in order.
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Abbott, support by Birch. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. Meeting's adjourned. However, I think it was actually 10 o'clock and 5 seconds. And we didn't.
Marathon meeting.
No.
Yeah, that's a good option.
Stay on the ball, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's too strong.
No,
So much.
You don't know.
Yeah.